Bonjour tout le monde. Oui, ça fonctionne. Merci déjà à l'équipe technique pour ce setup professionnel. Merci à tout le monde de vous être déplacés en ce beau samedi. Donc, bienvenue au colloque Re-Understanding Media, extension féministe de Marshall McLuhan, que la Fonderie Darling et ses partenaires organisent dans le cadre de l'exposition Feedback numéro 6, Marshall McLuhan et les arts. J'aimerais commencer par remercier rapidement nos partenaires, donc le Conseil des arts du Canada, le Conseil des arts et lettres du Québec et le Conseil des arts de Montréal pour leur soutien continu à nos activités. Et aussi, plus spécifiquement pour cette exposition, on avait plusieurs partenaires, donc le Centre canadien d'architecture, le Goethe Institut de Montréal, l'Office national du film, la Fondation Phi et le Centre d'art West Den Haag. Donc merci à eux pour leur collaboration. Mon nom est Alexandre Piral, je m'occupe des événements de médiation et de l'éducation à la Fonderie Darling. J'ai aidé à coordonner ce colloque. Je vais remercier d'autres personnes qui ont été impliquées très rapidement. Donc, évidemment, mes collègues de la Fonderie Darling qui ont rendu cet événement possible. Et aussi, j'aimerais remercier tout particulièrement Sarah Sharma, Rianka Singh et Baruch Gottlieb dans leur soutien à la coordination de l'événement. Ils auront droit à des introductions plus longues un peu plus tard puisqu'ils animeront les deux prochains panels. Donc, merci à vous d'être avec nous. Hi everyone and welcome to the Symposium Re-Understanding Media, Feminist Extensions of Marshall McLuhan, organized by Fonderie Darling and its partners in the context of the exhibition Feedback number 6, Marshall McLuhan and the Arts. Quickly, I'd like to thank the Canadian Council for the Arts, as well as the Quebec and Montreal Council for the Arts, for their continuous support to our activities, as well as the Canadian Centre for Architecture, the Montreal Goethe Institute, the National Film Board, the Phi Foundation, and the West Den Haag Art Center for their collaboration. Sincere thanks as well to my colleagues at Fonderie and to Sarah Sharma, Rianka Singh, and Baruch Gottlieb, who made this event possible through their involvement. Donc, veuillez noter qu'aujourd'hui, certaines présentations seront bilingues, certaines seront en français seulement et d'autres en anglais seulement. Les questions et interventions du public peuvent être partagées dans les deux langues. Je vais faire de mon mieux, donc vous allez m'entendre quand même régulièrement pour traduire de brefs résumés des présentations pour que l'événement soit le plus bilingue possible. Bien sûr, certaines présentations très denses en anglais, ce n'est pas l'entièreté du contenu qui pourra être traduit. Si certains, dans leurs interventions, souhaitent rajouter des éléments, traduire certains passages, sentez-vous bien à l'aise. On essaye de faire ça le plus bilingue possible, sans traduction instantanée. L'événement est diffusé aussi en direct, donc j'invite les gens qui nous suivent en ligne. Je sais qu'il y en a au moins un qui m'a déjà écrit, donc j'invite les gens à nous faire parvenir leurs questions. So please note that some of today's presentation will be bilingual, while others will be in English or sometimes in French only. Questions and comments from the audience can be shared in both languages, and I'll do my best throughout the day to provide brief translated summaries of the different interventions. Donc, l'exposition Feedback, dans laquelle vous vous trouvez, fait partie d'une série sur laquelle le commissaire de l'exposition, Baruch Gottlieb, travaille depuis près de 10 ans. L'édition numéro 6 est en cours depuis le 17 mars 2022 et se termine demain, dimanche 14 août. Le colloque d'aujourd'hui, c'est donc le dernier événement dans une longue série d'événements publics dans le cadre de l'exposition. Donc rapidement, pour ceux qui n'y étaient pas, on a commencé au mois de mars avec une performance de l'artiste sonore du musicien Colby Richardson. Nous avons ensuite organisé un événement en partenariat avec le Eastern Bloc. C'était un atelier de désobéissance civile électronique du collectif allemand Mediengruppe Bitnik. Leur travail est visible dans la petite salle d'exposition. Quelques semaines plus tard, juste ici, nous avons eu une performance vocale et musicale de l'artiste Julia E. Dick. Vous pouvez encore entendre son travail dans les posts audio qui se trouvent à travers l'exposition. Nous avons finalement eu la chance de recevoir l'artiste et activiste Cassie Thornton en résidence, qui nous a fait découvrir des extraits de son livre « The Hologram » lors d'une lecture et qui a ensuite mené une série d'ateliers publics et privés à la Fonderie Darling. Le même soir, nous avions aussi eu la chance de recevoir Andrew McLuhan, petit-fils de Marshall et directeur du McLuhan Institute, qui avait pu partager son expertise lors d'une visite guidée de l'exposition. Et je sais qu'Andrew donc nous écoute en direct. Alors bonjour Andrew McLuhan. So the feedback number 6 exhibition is part of a series on which the exhibition curator, Mr. Baruch Gottlieb, has been working on for nearly 10 years. This edition, number 6, has been running since March 17, 2022, and finishes tomorrow. Today's event is the final public event in a series that began this winter with a sound performance by Colby Richardson. We then had a special electronic civil disobedience workshop by the German collective Mediengruppe Bitnik, followed by a voice and music performance by Julia Edick. We then had the chance to receive artist and activist Cassie Thornton. She was in residency with us for a month and led a series of private and public workshops here at Fonderie. We finally had a night of reading where Cassie shared excerpts from her wonderful book. We have some copies at the front desk, the hologram, Feminist Peer-to-Peer Health for a Post-Pandemic Future. That same evening, we were also fortunate to have with us Andrew McLuhan, Marshall's grandson and director of the McLuhan Institute. Mais aujourd'hui, nous avons la chance d'avoir avec nous des personnes qui couvrent dans leur recherche et leur travail artistique des aspects extrêmement variés du champ des arts et des études médiatiques contemporaines. Donc je tiens encore une fois à remercier tous les participants et participantes de cette journée, ceux qui se sont déplacés depuis Toronto et ceux de nos invités locaux qui ont répondu à cette invitation. Today we are fortunate to have with us people whose research and artistic work covers a wide range of interest in the field of contemporary media arts and media studies. I would like to warmly thank all the participants of this day, those who traveled from Toronto and elsewhere, as well as the local guests who responded with enthusiasm to this invitation. La sortie du livre coédité par Sarah Sharma et Rianka Singh au mois de mai dernier chez Duke Press peut être considéré comme un événement important dans le champ des études médiatiques contemporaines et certainement comme une étape majeure dans le développement des études McLuhaniennes. Cet après-midi d'échange nous permettra de mieux comprendre, entre autres, les interactions entre culture et pouvoir que permettent les technologies et quelles perspectives futures peuvent être imaginées à la suite du travail de McLuhan, notamment dans une perspective critique et féministe. So the release of the book, co-edited by Sarah Sharma and Rianka Singh last May by Duke Press, can be considered an important event in the field of contemporary media studies, and certainly a major step in the development of McLuhanian studies. This afternoon of exchange will permit us to better understand, among other things, the interaction between culture and power that technologies allow, and what future perspectives can be imagined following McLuhan's work, especially from a critical and feminist perspective. Donc, nous allons commencer, il faut toujours parler près du micro, je vous le dis aussi, avec une première présentation d'un trio de chercheurs et chercheuses associés à l'Université Concordia de Montréal, qui nous présenteront dans les deux langues, si je ne me trompe pas, une partie de leur recherche en cours. Donc, je vais rapidement vous les présenter. Donc, nous avons avec nous Stéphanie Duguay, professeure adjointe au département des études en communication de l'Université Concordia à Georgia Gay, Montréal. Elle est titulaire d'une chaire de recherche de l'Université Concordia et directrice du laboratoire Digital Intimacy, Gender and Sexuality de Diggs Lab. Et ses recherches portent sur l'intersection des technologies et des médias numériques avec les représentations et les pratiques relatives à la vie intime, aux relations, au genre et à la sexualité. Stephanie Duguay is an assistant professor in the Department of Communication Studies at Concordia University in Georgia Gay, Montreal. She is a Concordia University Research Chair and Director of the Digital Intimacy, Gender and Sexuality Lab, where her research focuses on the intersection of digital technologies and media, with representations and practices pertaining to intimate life, relationships, gender and sexuality. Thank you, Stephanie, for being with us. We then have A.M. Trépanier, donc Anne-Marie Trépanier, artiste-chercheur et étudiante à la maîtrise en études médiatiques à l'Université Concordia. A.M. Trépanier est assistant de recherche pour le laboratoire Diggs et membre du Feminist Media Studio. Ses recherches académiques portent sur les croisements entre art et activisme, l'autodétermination, les infrastructures de l'information, ainsi que la critique féministe et queer des médias et de la technologie. A.M. Trepanier is an artist researcher and master student in media studies at Concordia University. They are a research assistant for the Digital Intimacy, Gender and Sexuality Lab and a member of the Feminist Media Studio. Their academic research focuses on the intersections of art and activism, self-determination, information structures, and feminist and queer critique of media and technology. Thank you for being with us. Et finalement, après, je vous promets, je laisse la parole. Donc, on a Alex Chartrand. Alex est étudiant au doctorat à l'Université Concordia. Il est assistant de recherche pour le Diggs Lab et affilié au Graduate Research Training Program en tant que candidat au doctorat à la Goethe-Universität en Allemagne. Il s'intéresse aux mouvements sociaux en ligne, aux contre-cultures queer, à la gouvernance des plateformes, aux études algorithmiques et aux technologies alternatives. Il travaille aussi sur l'activisme des communautés LGBTQ+, contre les préjugés algorithmiques, sur les plateformes de médias sociaux et réfléchit à la façon dont la compréhension et les imaginaires des technologies façonnent cette résistance. Alex Chartrand is a PhD student in Communication Studies at Concordia University and a member of the Diggs Lab. He's also associate doctoral candidate at Configurations of Film program at Goethe-Universität in Germany. His interests are online social movements, queer countercultures, platform governance, algorithmic studies, and alternative use of technology. He works on algorithm-related controversies across social media platforms and how LGBTQ+ users are increasingly mobilizing against it, analyzing how users and activists perceive algorithmic bias and how this understanding shapes their repertoire of actions. À la table avec nous, nous avons aussi Prakash Krishnan et Liane Dekarichen, que je présenterai plus en détail pour la prochaine présentation. Donc, Alex, Stéphanie et AM, je vous laisse maintenant la parole. You now have the floor.
Merci, Alexandre. Je vais juste rapprocher mon micro un petit peu. Est-ce que tout le monde m'entend bien? Oui, super. Donc, avant de commencer, je vais juste vous faire un bref aperçu de la présentation d'aujourd'hui. Donc, la présentation qu'on va donner cet après-midi va être séparée en 3 parties. Donc, je vais d'abord laisser la parole à Stéphanie Duguay qui va vous présenter le mandat du Diggs Lab de Concordia, puis qui va ensuite vous introduire à la genèse d'un projet de recherche qu'on a réalisé tous les 3 ensemble. Ensuite, on va vous présenter plus en détail ce projet de recherche ainsi que l'article qui l'accompagne, qui a été publié récemment. Puis, on va terminer en fait en faisant un dernier tour de table pour parler de nos recherches individuelles qui sont liées en fait au projet collectif qu'on a aussi réalisé ensemble. La présentation va se concentrer principalement autour des enjeux liés aux affordances technologiques et à l'appropriation du médium dans une perspective queer et féministe. Donc, Stéphanie.
Merci. Bonjour tout le monde. C'est vrai que je m'appelle Stéphanie Duguay, mais malheureusement, je suis anglophone. Donc, c'est plus facile pour moi de parler de la recherche en anglais, mais vous pouvez poser des questions en français, bien sûr. I run the Diggs Lab, as you've heard about already today, where we focus our research on digital media, digital technologies, digital culture, and digital practices, and look at how these shape our intimate lives, our relationships, our sense of identity, especially in relation to gender identity and sexuality. So AM and Alex are pivotal contributors to this lab. And I'm really excited about the project that we're going to talk to you about today, that we'll start with, which is one that kind of took shape by chance, as so many things over the last couple of years have. So I had some funding to look at how social media was shaping LGBTQ+ organizations and the way that they gather people in social spaces, mostly focused on physical social spaces. And so you can imagine that in 2020, a project like that came to a standstill when everything shut down, especially in Montreal, and social venues where queer people would gather were no longer accessible to folks. And so I started to see people gathering on digital platforms, and AM mentioned to me one particular party, and we thought, you know, this needs some further focus, further examination, and it also became kind of a source of hope to us during the pandemic as well. So we're really excited to share the project with you today.
So if you're interested to read the full article, this is the title. So the article is called "The Hottest New Queer Club Investigating Club Quarantine's Off-Label Queer Use of Zoom During the COVID-19 Pandemic." And it's available on the Information, Communication, and Society Journal. But I'm going to first start by switching to French for the next presentation. Donc, je vais en fait revenir un peu aussi de mon côté sur la genèse du projet en vous parlant un peu de mon expérience personnelle de rencontre avec Club Quarantine. Donc, la personne que vous voyez ici sur l'image illustrée, en fait, c'est moi. Donc, il faut se projeter un peu en arrière au printemps 2020. Dans mon salon, j'étais en train de parler avec des amis sur une application, puis on s'est dit qu'on avait un peu envie de faire la fête, mais comme on était tous et toutes isolés, chacune chez nous, on s'est un peu lancé dans l'idée d'aller faire une soirée sur le Club Quarantine. Donc, c'est à ce moment-là que mon amie Daniela a capturé l'instant où j'ai eu mon moment de gloire devant la caméra sur Zoom pendant que j'étais en train de danser puis de faire mes meilleurs mouvements de danse devant mon fond d'écran fétiche des deux pandas qui se sont accouplés pendant le confinement, qui avaient finalement retrouvé leur intimité sans les touristes du zoo où ils étaient hébergés. Donc, j'ai plusieurs sentiments associés à cette image-là, en fait, autant des sentiments de joie, de plaisir que, évidemment, de tristesse, de crainte, d'incertitude liées au confinement de la pandémie de COVID-19. Mais je dirais que ce qui ressort le plus de cette expérience parmi les soirées de Club Quarantine, c'est vraiment un sentiment de réconfort, de soulagement, qui, bien qu'imparfait, nous permettait, le temps d'une soirée, de vraiment être capable de se reconnaître et de se reconnecter avec d'autres personnes queer dans un espace de festivité et de distraction. Donc, je vais maintenant vous faire écouter un extrait d'une soirée à Club Quarantine. Oups, pardonnez-moi. Alors voilà, ça vous donne un peu d'énergie aussi, j'espère, pour continuer l'après-midi. Donc, Club Quarantine, qui est aussi connu sous le nom de Club Q, et, comme vous l'avez vu, un club virtuel qui a été lancé en mars 2020, au tout début du premier confinement, par 4 Club Kids de Toronto. Donc, c'est une organisation canadienne. Ça a été cofondé par Brad Allen, Casey MQ, Mingus New, ainsi que Serena Sierra. Donc, l'histoire veut que le premier soir du confinement, les 4 amis se sont retrouvés sur Instagram vidéo pour se divertir, boire des verres, écouter de la musique ensemble, jusqu'à ce qu'en fait, elles se rendent compte que la plateforme ne pouvait pas accueillir plus que 6 personnes à la fois. Donc, c'est à ce moment-là, en fait, que la transition cruciale vers la plateforme Zoom s'est effectuée. Puis, là aussi où le club a ouvert ses portes au public. Donc, c'est à ce moment-là que le Club Quarantine est ainsi né. Donc, de mars à juin, par la suite, le collectif donnait rendez-vous aux fêtards tous les soirs entre 21h et minuit. Donc, imaginez-vous, à tous les soirs, faire la fête toute la soirée. Ça devait être quand même énormément de travail. Puis, comment ça fonctionnait, en fait, c'est que le collectif ajoutait un hyperlien pour se connecter à la conférence Zoom sur leur compte Instagram dans la bio de la page de leur compte. Et puis, c'est intéressant de voir, en fait, puisque comme d'autres chercheurs l'ont observé par rapport à Club Quarantine, des chercheurs et chercheuses comme Jurgic qui ont observé que les événements virtuels qui ont émergé pendant la pandémie, comme Club Q, venaient réaffecter, en fait, la maison, l'espace domestique, en réponse aux effets de l'isolement de la pandémie. Puis, cette réaffectation-là de la maison venait d'une certaine façon créer un espace qui créait une approximation du club dans l'espace domestique. Donc, pas une réplique parfaite, mais on parle bien d'une approximation qui venait permettre la connexion, la distraction comme moyen de se rapprocher avec des personnes qui nous sont chères et qui nous manquent. Donc, notre étude, de notre côté, a examiné comment les organisatrices et les participantes de Club Q ont utilisé Zoom afin de produire un espace queer, tout en négociant l'usage prescrit de la plateforme comme logiciel commercial de productivité. Hein. Donc, on connaît un peu l'étiquette Zoom comme un logiciel qui est d'abord et avant tout un outil de travail. C'est aussi intéressant de penser à cette question de recherche-là dans la perspective de Marshall McLuhan et de sa théorie que le médium est le message, puisque nous, de notre côté, ce qui nous intéressait principalement, c'était la façon dont la plateforme Zoom agissait matériellement sur les structures sociales et technologiques, et à l'inverse, comment les communautés queer se la sont appropriées pour ainsi en détourner le sens. Donc, les questions qu'on s'est posées en amont de la recherche, c'était qu'est-ce que la plateforme permettait ou ne permettait pas aux utilisateuristes de faire, quelles étaient ses affordances, donc qu'est-ce que les outils pouvaient permettre aux utilisateuristes de réaliser, ainsi que comment les utilisateuristes pouvaient parvenir en fait à faire plier le cadre imposé en l'employant de manière contre-indiquée, donc en l'employant pour des usages de festivités queer. Les données qu'on a utilisées pour réaliser cette recherche ont été collectées à partir d'un ensemble de méthodes mixtes qui combinent de l'observation participative non obstructive de soirée à Club Quarantine, aussi une analyse de matériel multimédia qui provient de la page Instagram de Club Q et des articles de presse qui ont été publiés sur Club Quarantine. Puis enfin, on a aussi réalisé un examen de la plateforme Zoom à partir d'une méthode qui est appelée le Walkthrough Method, dont Alex va vous parler un peu plus en détail.
Merci Anne pour la bonne présentation puis la genèse du projet. Merci tout le monde d'être là. Pour moi, c'était vraiment le fun d'être ici aujourd'hui parce que c'est un projet que j'ai vu évoluer. Puis moi, je suis arrivé un petit peu plus tard, puis je voyais Anne et Stéphanie travailler là-dessus, puis je me disais que ça avait l'air donc le fun. Et finalement, Stéphanie, à un moment donné, m'a écrit puis m'a demandé de contribuer à partir d'une analyse de Zoom, de la plateforme elle-même, voir à quel point les activités de Club Q redéfinissaient d'une certaine manière la plateforme. Et donc, j'ai eu le plaisir de lire les Terms of Services de Zoom, donc tout le langage corpo. C'est très drabe, mais ça a produit une recherche très intéressante, puis c'est un peu ça qu'on voulait vous présenter aussi. Donc, notre analyse, là, on parle finalement d'appropriation de la plateforme Zoom. On a utilisé de la typologie de Van Eklash qui parle de il y a 3 types d'appropriation qu'on peut définir, soit la redéfinition, l'adaptation et la réinvention. Il faut voir ça comme différentes formes d'appropriation plus ou moins fortes, la redéfinition étant la plus simple, la plus facile. On parle plus d'un changement sémantique d'une technologie, d'un objet. L'adaptation, c'est là qu'on commence à avoir des changements, oui, sémantiques, mais aussi des changements dans l'utilisation, donc des fonctionnalités cachées ou des trucs qui n'avaient pas nécessairement été déployés, mais qui étaient présents. Et la réinvention, comme ça le dit, c'est vraiment des nouvelles fonctionnalités qui ont été mises de l'avant, des changements qu'on pourrait dire structurels, finalement, sur une technologie, un objet, ou, dans ce cas-ci, une plateforme. Donc, c'est un peu ça qu'on a, c'est un peu comme ça qu'on a classifié finalement les changements que Colloque a apportés à la plateforme Zoom. On va commencer avec la redéfinition, donc les changements légers au langage corporatif de la plateforme. Donc, on a remarqué que les termes comme les rencontres, les gatherings, les meetings en anglais là, de Zoom là, ont été transformés en mais les gens, en fait, en parlaient comme étant des soirées, des raves, des parties. C'est une petite redéfinition sémantique qui peut avoir l'air anodine, mais qui était importante pour, finalement, personnaliser l'espace, puis changer un peu l'ambiance qu'on pouvait avoir sur la plateforme. L'espace Zoom est devenu le club virtuel, le Zoom Club. Les gens disaient... ils ne disaient pas on va se connecter sur Zoom, ils disaient on va au club. Ça a une petite touche qui rajoutait, qui faisait que l'événement était quand même plus concret malgré la distance, malgré la distanciation. La salle d'attente est devenue les portes du club, donc pour recréer l'ambiance de l'attente devant la porte. Ça a été une manière de faire ça. Les vidéos, les grilles de vidéos, c'était le plancher de danse, naturellement, où tout le monde dansait dans leur caméra. Donc, ça aussi, c'était le fun à voir. Puis un des trucs le plus drôle aussi, c'est le clavardage a été redéfini comme étant la zone fumeur. Donc, la place où les gens prennent une pause puis vont se parler un peu. Donc, dans le fond, ça a permis une occupation distincte de cet espace virtuel qui, au départ, a été utilisé en masse, mais qui était c'est un logiciel très corpo. Vous avez vu c'est quoi. Puis si vous regardez un peu les photos de la plateforme Zoom, c'était toujours la plateforme définie comme pouvant redéfinir vos rencontres de travail. À un moment donné, ils ont commencé à dire aussi que c'était des rencontres, c'était utile pour rester connecté avec sa famille, mais là, on allait vraiment dans une autre direction. Puis, ce que ça a permis, ce genre de redéfinition-là, c'est aussi de redéfinir c'est qui l'utilisateur, l'utilisatrice type de la plateforme. Ça devenait d'autres personnes. On pouvait questionner finalement c'est qui a le droit à avoir accès à cette plateforme-là, puis un peu changer le discours. Donc, c'est là que je dis que la redéfinition, même si c'est considéré comme étant la forme la plus légère d'appropriation, ça a quand même un rôle important dans ça. Mais c'est pas sans danger, donc c'est ça qu'il faut rappeler. Dans chaque forme d'adaptation, il y a des dangers par rapport à la plateforme elle-même, parce que, par exemple, les activités sexuelles sensuelles étaient limitées à un minimum. Les organisateurs, organisatrices de Colloque demandaient à ce que ça soit fait, mais il y avait quand même des échanges, il y avait du flirt, il y avait des activités de cette nature-là. Et Zoom a des règles très larges sur qu'est-ce qui est proscrit comme étant des activités à caractère sexuel. Et toute chose qui contrevient à la plateforme peut mener à une suspension, à une suppression du compte. Donc déjà, on voit que ça a certaines limites malgré tout. Finalement, en termes d'adaptation, là, on parle vraiment d'un détournement des fonctionnalités de Zoom, créer un peu autre chose. C'est dans les formes d'adaptation qu'on a vues, c'est qu'on a vu que les fonctionnalités de Zoom ont été prises pour élargir le potentiel d'expression queer des gens qui étaient sur la plateforme. Donc là, c'est devenu super intéressant. Par exemple, la fonction de changer son nom sur la plateforme, c'était pas juste c'était pas anodin, c'était une façon de pouvoir s'exprimer. Donc, des noms de drag qui ont sorti, des références à plein d'éléments de la vie queer, aussi des références à la culture pop. Donc, dans l'article, on donne l'exemple, par exemple, d'une soirée où il y avait, je ne sais pas combien d'Ariana Grande dans la salle, mais c'est tout le monde qui changeait leur nom pour Ariana Grande. Et d'ailleurs, ça aussi, c'est une des règles de Zoom. On n'a pas le droit de personnifier quelqu'un sur la plateforme. Donc, juste le changement de nom, ça contrevient encore une fois aux règles. Les fonds d'écran, comme AM nous a démontré aussi en exemple, avec le panda, ça peut donner une forme d'expression particulière, une forme d'expression personnelle, mais aussi ça joue sur les limites de la technologie, puis ça met de l'avant un peu les limites d'une plateforme comme Zoom. Donc, les gens jouaient un peu à disparaître dans le background ou faire passer un message. Donc, il y a des trucs qui étaient le fun avec ça. Épingler une vidéo, le pin vidéo qu'on a sur Zoom. Absolument, là, ça, c'est une fonction qui est vraiment très, on pourrait dire quasiment hiérarchique. Là. On pin une vidéo parce que c'est une personne importante, quelqu'un qui va donner une conférence, quelqu'un qui a une certaine autorité dans la plateforme Zoom. Un professeur, par exemple, qui va piner sa vidéo pour pouvoir être vu de tout le monde. Mais là, ça a été transformé en Jumbotron. Donc, c'est ce que vous avez vu aussi dans la vidéo. Mais n'importe qui pouvait devenir le centre d'attention, avoir un petit moment de gloire, ça créait comme un sentiment d'appartenance, un sentiment de surprise, de spontanéité. La spontanéité et Zoom, c'est deux termes qui généralement ne vont pas ensemble, et là, c'est là qu'on voit que ce que Colloque est arrivé à faire, c'est d'amener des changements à ce niveau-là. Finalement, on va retourner à la zone fumeur, c'est-à-dire le chat, mais c'est devenu aussi une forme d'extension de la dimension affective des soirées. C'est le moment où les gens pouvaient connecter, se sentir au même endroit. Donc, par exemple, il y a eu des gens qui appelaient à prendre un shot après un décompte. Donc là, on sent comme on était connecté à travers ça. Donc, l'adaptation qui va un petit peu plus loin a permis de changer un peu, vraiment d'aller jouer un peu sur l'usage de la plateforme, aller un petit peu plus loin. Reste que, encore une fois, il faut préciser que Zoom n'était pas invisible. Ça reste une plateforme qui était là. Ça n'a pas, malgré tous les efforts, c'était pas pareil que d'aller au club. Et ça doit toujours en fait montrer le côté éphémère de Colloque en termes de parité en ligne, parce que ça ne remplace pas finalement l'expérience. Puis si je ne me trompe pas, maintenant, Colloque fait des activités en personne. Donc, on voit qu'il y a quand même une migration par rapport à ça. Finalement, pour la réinvention, là, on parle vraiment des sortir des sentiers battus et amener des nouvelles fonctionnalités. Puis c'est là qu'on a vu, par exemple, que dans les soirées Colloque, les gens ont amené la technologie, la Snap Camera, je pense qu'elle a été développée par Snapchat, et c'est permettait de transformer son apparence sur Zoom, donc de pouvoir mettre des filtres, de pouvoir jouer avec ça, aller encore plus loin. Ça, c'est une fonctionnalité d'une application tierce qui a été supprimée par la plateforme en utilisant je ne me rappelle plus exactement, mais c'était des problèmes de sécurité associés à la plateforme, mais finalement, après la grogne populaire, ça a été réintroduit. Et même Zoom a répondu à ça en créant ses propres filtres. Donc, ça a amené la plateforme à s'adapter à une réalité, à des choses que des gens faisaient avec une autre application. Ils ont essayé de s'adapter avec ça. Sinon aussi, un petit peu plus largement, Zoom est devenu aussi une source, un lieu où il peut y avoir des formes de soutien, de support mutuel, en anglais, de Ethics of Care sur la plateforme, qui permettait par exemple de rémunérer des artistes qui étaient naturellement des artistes queer qui étaient pénalisés énormément par la pandémie parce qu'il n'y avait plus aucune activité disponible, mais aussi ça devenait une opportunité de mettre des fonds pour des causes sociales. Donc quand il y a eu quand il y avait des causes à revendiquer, c'était une forme de collecte de fonds, et donc Zoom est devenu un outil dans le fond plus communautaire, coopératif, alors que, comparativement à l'usage très corpo, très axé sur des profits à la néolibérale que Zoom mettait de l'avant, c'était quand même une grande transformation. Donc, c'est ça. Puis aussi, finalement, Colloque a comme fait de Zoom un espace, mais pas l'espace de la vie virtuelle queer, et donc ça a permis de entretenir une certaine vie nocturne digitale de manière intéressante. Bon, fait que là, je vais aller un petit peu plus vite pour la dernière partie parce que je ne veux pas trop prendre de temps, mais tout ça, toutes ces formes d'adaptation-là, il faut le contraster avec le fait qu'on est quand même sur Zoom, on est quand même sur une plateforme propriétaire, une plateforme qui a des intentions distinctes, entre autres des intentions de profit, et donc il y a eu de la cooptation aussi de la part de la plateforme Zoom qui a repris les activités qui ont été faites sur la plateforme pour se donner un peu de la pub. J'imagine que durant la Pride Month, ils ont dû dire qu'ils ont hébergé des événements queer et qui en sont très fiers, quand on sait que c'était peut-être pas nécessairement ce qu'ils voulaient faire à la base. Pas très bon aussi au niveau sécurité, donc les Zoom bombings, on a tous été au courant de ça, mais ça s'est produit dans ces soirées-là. Et la sécurité revient finalement aux organisateurs, organisatrices des événements, parce que Zoom n'a pas mis en place quelque chose qui permettait d'assurer la sécurité autrement. Donc, c'est une charge de faire ça, de devoir s'assurer que personne n'essaie de gâcher la soirée des participants et des participantes. Il y a aussi des enjeux de sécurité au niveau de l'encryption. Au début, l'encryption, ce n'était pas une vraie encryption. Zoom pouvait toujours décrypter les conversations. Donc là, c'est une question de vie privée. Est-ce qu'ils vont accéder à la plateforme ou non? Aussi, par la suite, l'encryption a été mise de l'avant, mais c'était une fonctionnalité premium. Donc, seulement pour les gens qui qui payaient un petit peu plus. Donc là, ça a été décrit aussi. C'est ça, en fait, qu'on voit que malgré tout, il y a un petit... il faut rappeler les dangers aussi de l'utilisation, la création d'un espace comme Colloque en ligne a ses limites, qu'on pense finalement au rôle que la plateforme joue là-dedans. Donc voilà, et maintenant, on va repasser la parole à Stéphanie qui va faire un lien avec ses recherches plus larges par rapport à tout ce projet-là.
Right. Okay, thanks, Alex. So you can see the tie-in with today's theme, right, where we're focusing in on the medium, and in this case, it's Zoom. And I think, in the Diggs Lab, we really pay a lot of attention to media, and the medium often as a platform or an app of concern, to look really closely at how it shapes our lives, how it shapes what we're doing with it. And so one of the ways that I've found to do that is the walkthrough method that I developed with Jean Burgess and Ben Light, and it really is a sort of step-by-step engaging with an app or a platform, getting very close to the terms of service, but also the features, the functionalities, and all the different ways that it guides what people do. We also have, through that lens, by looking so closely at the medium, and how it shapes what people do, it makes possible better understanding appropriation of the medium, better understanding what people do, how they view it in their lives, and how they might circumvent some of these ways that technologies are intended to be used. And so that's where we're able to hone in on that redefinition, adaptation, and reinvention of a platform like Zoom. And in that paper, we actually put together some theory that we didn't have time to share with you in depth, but sort of drawing on Sarah Ahmed's concept of queer use. So looking at how Club Q used Zoom to release a potentiality that already resides in the platform, but to queer it and to use it for queer survival in such an intense time as the pandemic. So yeah, continuing that line, some of my research, I won't dive into it too far today, but I'm now moving on to a project looking at TikTok and looking at intergenerational dialogue among queer people on TikTok. And so when you think of TikTok, that's kind of the image on the right. What is the For You feed? You see all these young faces behind that. That's a piece of TikTok's promotional material. And so you don't often think of older people on TikTok, but they're definitely there. And older LGBTQ plus people are using it to often distribute advice and kind of this is what it was like for me. Maybe this can help you. And so I'm embarking on this project to look at how are those messages received by young people, and what is it like to be an older queer TikToker, and applying some of these methods, some of these ways of looking very closely at the medium TikTok in this case.
Donc, je vais déjà reprendre la parole, mais pour aussi parler de comment mes recherches s'inscrivent plus largement dans ce projet-là, parce que cette recherche-là m'a vraiment aidé à moi-même mettre un peu plus le doigt sur un peu la genèse de mon projet de doctorat. Puis dans le fond, moi, ce qui m'a toujours fasciné, c'était, ça dérive d'une expérience personnelle, mais c'était à quel point les outils, les espaces digitaux ont été intéressants et nécessaires pour permettre de découvrir une identité queer, permettre de trouver des formes d'expression, comprendre ce phénomène-là, mais par la suite, être confronté rapidement aux limites que les technologies apportent, aux enjeux que ça peut amener. Et surtout, ce que l'article fait ressortir, c'est la précarité des espaces queer. Malgré tous les efforts qui sont mis de l'avant, malgré tout le travail qui peut être fait pour que les gens puissent occuper un espace, il y a toujours des décisions ou des compagnies qui ont énormément de puissance et qui peuvent finalement fermer ces espaces-là en un claquement de doigts. Tu sais, on peut penser à Tumblr qui a décidé de bannir le contenu pour adultes, là, entre guillemets, et ben, ça a eu d'énormes répercussions, c'était du jour au lendemain. OnlyFans a essayé, une plateforme qui s'est vraiment développée grâce à des personnes LGBTQ+, des personnes qui étaient aussi dans le domaine du travail du sexe, qui a profité de ça, finalement, a failli ou a essayé de retirer le contenu, mais finalement, ils ont rebroussé chemin, mais ça ne veut pas dire qu'ils ne vont pas réessayer. Donc, cette précarité-là, moi, c'est ça qui... c'est une des grandes questions qui englobe mon projet. Et finalement, c'est aussi, moi, je m'intéresse surtout, malgré ces enjeux-là, comment les gens résistent. Donc, c'est pour ça que je suis intéressé aux imaginaires algorithmiques, comment ça façonne la résistance des communautés LGBTQ+, en ligne. Pour vous donner un exemple, le genre de contenu là, en ce moment qui m'intéresse beaucoup, c'est les stories sur Instagram. Tu sais, quand quelqu'un va dire... c'est un compte que je suivais qui a mis une photo de son chat, puis ça dit « En ce moment, je mets une photo de chat pour calmer l'algorithme, parce que je veux pas que ma page soit supprimée, parce que je veux pas perdre accès à mon compte, et ainsi de suite. » Donc, ce genre de technique, tactique-là, c'est ça qui m'intéresse un peu, voir comment les gens arrive à développer une compréhension des algorithmes, comment après ça, il essaie de résister par la suite à tout ça. Je trouve ça fascinant. Puis plus largement aussi, je trouve que après ça, au-delà de la résistance, poser la question pourquoi on parle d'algorithmes et de biais algorithmiques en ce moment? Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire pour les communautés LGBTQ+. C'est ça qui m'intéresse, puis je trouve que la recherche, ça m'a vraiment permis d'approfondir mes réflexions en ce sens.
Puis je vais terminer de mon côté aussi avec une petite connexion avec ma propre recherche en cours. Je vais vous présenter en fait les grandes lignes de mon projet de maîtrise sur lequel je suis en train de travailler en ce moment. Puis aussi, pour faire un lien avec ce qu'Alex vient de dire, moi, de mon côté, ce que ça m'a permis de comprendre, en fait, de participer à cette recherche collective-là sur Club Quarantine, c'est aussi de saisir ou de réaliser de nouveau l'importance de considérer l'espace digital comme un lieu, en fait, puis un lieu qui peut être occupé autant qu'un lieu duquel on peut se retirer ou être exclu. Puis cette compréhension-là spatiale des espaces numériques, c'est vraiment ça qui vient m'intéresser aux enjeux justement d'accessibilité. Puis de mon côté, les sites de recherche que j'étudie le plus, en fait, c'est souvent des sites qui sont considérés comme historiques, donc des lieux du passé qui nous permettent aussi de mieux comprendre en fait l'évolution de l'accès aux espaces numériques et notamment des espaces en ligne. Dans le cadre de ma maîtrise, en fait, je fais un projet de recherche autour de la fondation d'un centre d'artistes montréalais qui s'appelle AdaX, qui a été fondé par contre sous le nom du Studio XX. Donc, c'est pour ça que vous voyez le logo du Studio XX sur les images qui sont présentées ici. Puis, en fait, c'est un centre qui a été fondé par un collectif d'artistes et de scholars féministes qui souhaitaient, en fait, se donner une voix, en fait, prendre la place dans tous les discours qui avaient lieu à l'époque, donc vers les années 1995-96, autour de la construction de l'Internet et de l'autoroute de l'information. Donc, tous les discours très masculinistes, coloniaux qui circulaient autour de la venue de cette nouvelle forme de communication-là créée par Internet. En fait, ce collectif féministe-là, c'est vraiment donné comme mandat de être capable de produire du discours critique par rapport au discours mainstream, mais aussi de se donner des outils, de donner accès, en fait, au réseau à des femmes. Donc, c'est vraiment le mandat principal du centre était vraiment d'assister les femmes dans leur volonté de créer, de s'approprier ces espaces-là sur Internet, puis de créer, puis là, je les cite en disant ça, mais une chambre à soi sur le web. Donc, vraiment, amener l'espace intime associé à la féminité dans l'espace du web, puis de aussi se donner du plaisir en le faisant. Puis ça, c'est un peu mon point d'accroche dans ma recherche aussi, c'est qu'en se réappropriant, en fait, le plaisir de l'exploration technologique, il y a aussi toute une démarche féministe de critique qui ont été, de discours en fait, qui ont été formulés par des théoriciens comme par exemple McLuhan, où en fait la technologie était considérée comme une extension de l'homme, comme quelque chose qui était une source de plaisir, surtout quand on parle en fait ensuite du corps féminin comme source de plaisir pour le corps masculin. Donc c'était vraiment une démarche de réappropriation, de détournement, de renforcement par l'expérimentation, par la création en collectif, par l'utilisation de l'humour aussi. Donc, il y a énormément de puns et d'autres matériels humoristiques dans les documents qui ont été produits par le Studio XX à l'époque. Puis, je pense qu'en employant ces mécanismes-là de sensualité, d'humour, d'autodérision, il y avait justement une volonté de reprendre du pouvoir, en fait, dans un espace où le pouvoir leur avait été enlevé. C'est aussi un lieu qui a été fondé quelques années après le massacre de Polytechnique. Donc, je pense que plusieurs d'entre vous sont familiers avec l'histoire de ce massacre-là, mais c'est un attentat antiféministe, donc ça s'intègre en fait dans une lignée plus large d'un backlash antiféministe qui a démarré dans les années 80 puis qui s'est poursuivi jusqu'en dans les années 90. Puis la réalité à l'époque, en fait, c'est vraiment ça, c'est que se proclamer féministe, c'était pas quelque chose qu'on pouvait faire aussi facilement qu'on fait aujourd'hui. C'était quelque chose de tabou, qui était considéré comme étant agressant par une certaine audience. Donc c'est ça. C'est vraiment le point de rencontre où j'en suis en ce moment avec mes recherches. Puis, je me base sur des données qui sont collectées à la fois à partir d'archives web, comme on voit sur l'image, mais aussi d'archives papier, parce que comme les sites web sont aujourd'hui devenus désuets malgré la présence du Wayback Machine, je dois me rabattre sur des scans de documents qui ont été imprimés ou de sites web qui ont été imprimés à l'époque puis qui sont préservés dans des vieux cartables au studio, en fait, à ADAX. Donc, voilà pour mon côté de mes recherches personnelles. Je conclurai, en fait, je ne sais pas où on en est en termes de temps, mais...
La conclusion.
Oui, parfait. Donc, je vais faire un petit wrap-up pour notre conclusion. Donc, on a vu, en fait, différents champs de démarches qu'on entreprend tant sur le plan individuel que collectif dans le domaine des études féministes et queer des médias et des technologies, donc où on analyse, en fait, le rôle du genre, de la sexualité dans la production des médias, d'une part, et inversement, comment la technologie informe, elle aussi, le genre et la sexualité et les structures sociales de manière générale. Les méthodes qu'on vous a présentées aussi sont, dans la majorité des méthodes, qui sont beaucoup axées sur une analyse de la pratique, donc comment est-ce qu'on utilise les technologies et la matérialité, donc c'est quoi les impacts physiques, matériels de ces technologies-là sur la vie sociale, la vie culturelle. Donc, d'une certaine façon, on peut faire un parallèle, donc que ce soit des fêtards queer sur Zoom, des personnes plus vieilles queer sur TikTok, des communautés LGBTQ sur Instagram ou des collectifs féministes sur des plateformes web. Ce qu'on observe, en fait, c'est qu'il y a des fils du pouvoir qui viennent tisser des espaces, différents médiums, puis qu'il y a des communautés ou des gens qui viennent parfois essayer de venir tirer sur les fils du pouvoir pour voir à quel point ils peuvent être tendus. Après, ce qui est intéressant, c'est de voir qu'est-ce qui est l'effet de cette tension-là, donc de cette résistance-là. Est-ce que ça vient renforcer le pouvoir en place ou si ça vient le fragiliser? Puis je pense que c'est des choses qui ont été soulevées par nos différentes interventions. Donc voilà, je vais clore là-dessus. Merci pour votre écoute puis pour votre présence.
Merci beaucoup à vous trois. Thank you all. So we'll have a Q&A at the end of the panel, right after Liane and Prakash's presentation. So as promised, I'll not even summarize, but just mention a few key terms that were mentioned. So Alex, I and Stephanie finished by discussing their current research. So I was just mentioning her work on web archival around the Studio XX, now ADAX Artist Run Center. Alex mentioned his interest in Instagram stories, the techniques of algorithmic manipulation, and Stephanie is looking, amongst other things, on at TikTok now and the presence of a variety of persons on the platform. More generally, we had a wonderful presentation on the use of Zoom during the pandemic through the Club Q parties. It was described, I'm summarizing here, as a way to see how digital platforms can be appropriated and used for creating space, in this particular case, queer spaces online. Club Q was a wonderful approximation of a domestic, appropriation of the domestic space for something that is normally reserved for outdoor or private spaces, such as clubs or semi-private spaces. It was also mentioned how the use of corporate productivity-oriented and proprietary tool for party use in that case could be seen as subversive, but also had important risk associated with it. We had an explanation on the walkthrough method and how looking at, amongst other things, terms and services of the platform can tell us about what's appropriate and how you can maybe play around those restrictions. I think it was interesting to mention how Club Q was also a way not only for people but for artists and performers to be present during the pandemic, get paid in that particular project. And I just add a note here about precarity and potential risk of proprietary for-profit platforms. I'll stop here for now. I'd like to now introduce Prakash and Liane. OK. Donc, pendant que vous vous installez, je vous présente. Donc, avec nous, Liane Dekarichen est une technologue créative et organisatrice communautaire dans le domaine des médias numériques et de l'intervention culturelle. Elle s'intéresse à la création d'œuvres qui se développent à l'intérieur des systèmes numériques qu'elle cherche à disséquer. Sa pratique actuelle est influencée par son travail passé dans les textiles électroniques, la réalisation de documentaires interactifs, la création de jeux participatifs et l'éducation technologique. Dekarichen co-dirige maintenant le Cyber Love Hotel à Montréal et est chef de projet de Things and Time, un projet d'archivage communautaire. So with us we have Liane Dekarichen, a creative technologist and community organizer working in digital media and cultural intervention. She's interested in creating work that grows inside the digital systems she seeks to dissect. Her current practice is informed by her past work in wearable electronics, interactive documentary filmmaking, participatory game making, and tech education. Dekarichen now co-runs the Cyber Love Hotel project in Montreal and is a project lead on Things and Time, a community archival project. Thank you, Liane, for being with us. And then we have Prakash Krishnan. Prakash est un artiste, chercheur et travailleur culturel dans le domaine des arts visuels. Ses intérêts personnels et professionnels se situent à l'intersection de l'art, des médias, de l'activisme et de l'engagement communautaire. Prakash est le co-animateur de Do the Kids Know, une excellente émission de radio bi-hebdomadaire anticoloniale. Je vous invite à aller écouter Do the Kids Know. Il travaille dans le domaine de l'éducation artistique au Centre Clark et à la Fondation Phi en tant qu'associé de recherche au laboratoire Access in the Making et en tant que directeur des archives sur le projet Things and Time qui sortira bientôt, issu du projet plus large du Cyber Love Hotel. Prakash Krishnan is an artist researcher and cultural worker in the field of visual arts. His personal and professional interests lie at the intersection of art, media, activism, and community engagement. Prakash is the co-host of Do the Kids Know, a bi-weekly anti-colonial podcast on Canadian media. He works in art education at Centre Clark and Phi Foundation, as a research associate at the Access in the Making Lab, and as the archival director on the upcoming Things and Time project from the Cyber Love Hotel.
Je pense qu'il faut que tu mettes en mode présentation. Are there people who don't speak French? Okay. Mais... Thank you.
I just can't make out the full screen option from here.
Si je fasse le tour, faut que j'achète les OPZ.
Non, ce qu'il faut, c'est que...
Mais sinon, ça fait un peu... Okay. Allô, merci de m'avoir aujourd'hui. Je vais commencer par vous présenter ma pratique personnelle, puis après ça, je vais parler de projets communautaires sur lesquels je travaille avec Prakash. So I'm going to start by talking about my personal practice and then say stuff about community projects that I'm working on with Prakash. Donc en 2020, avec Galerie, j'ai eu l'opportunité ils étaient commissaires pour une expo de jeux vidéo. So I made a video game for Galerie, qui est une galerie en ligne. Puis ce qui m'intéressait, c'était l'idée de faire un AI ou un robot de moi. Donc, la première phase, l'idée du projet, dans le fond, c'était de... I wanted to make an AI of myself, so je regardais genre... j'étais comme, si j'étais un AI, I wouldn't run on Mac. Genre, si j'étais un AI, comme il me faudrait mon propre hardware. Fait que là, je regardais comme comment est-ce qu'un ordi est fait, puis là, j'essaie de... J'ai comme mappé un peu, ça serait quoi mes différents processeurs, ça serait quoi ça serait quoi mon hardware. Donc j'ai fait comme toutes sortes de graphiques, puis ça s'en est quand même assez compliqué. Puis mon deadline pour mon jeu s'en venait, donc finalement j'ai comme un peu, j'ai arrêté à ma première version, mon premier draft, qui a 5 processeurs. Je vais dire rapidement, le cerveau, le corps, mais il y a aussi le processeur de la mémoire, le processeur émotionnel et le processeur des connaissances. So if I was a robot, this is my hardware. There would be 5 parts: the brain, the body, the memory core, the feelings core, and the knowledge core. This was getting too complicated, so in the end, I made a video game. Mon jeu vidéo, c'est comme un jeu narratif. Ça reprend la structure que j'ai créée, mais l'idée, c'est que tu es un personnage qui se promène à l'intérieur du hardware. Donc, en tout cas, it goes into too much of a tangent, mais l'idée, c'est que there was a chicken scientist, and the chicken scientist studies humans, and this is how the chicken imagines that humans work. And then the chicken is explaining to humans how humans work. Puis finalement, c'est ça, donc tu te promènes à travers les différentes facilités. Mais dans le fond, l'idée de développer l'idée du hardware, c'est qu'après ça, ça c'est le feeling score. Mais après ça, dans le fond, c'est que j'ai fait une résidence à ADAX, dont AM a parlé tantôt. Puis cette résidence-là, c'était pour développer le software du AI. Donc si j'étais un AI, comment ça serait quoi mon code, puis moi, mon background, c'est en arts numériques et en sciences informatiques. Donc, j'avais vraiment l'intention de programmer mon AI, mais comme je vais vous lire un extrait que j'ai écrit à l'époque. After that, I did a residency at ADAX where I was going to program the software of the AI that was supposed to be me. Mais donc ce que je dis, what I wanted to figure out with GentleBot Seeks Same is, if I were to make an AI of myself, how would I do it? At first I thought I'd just need to make a bot that's kind of neurotic, funny, poetic, a bot that for once isn't looking to please capitalist benchmarks. That's not too bad of a scope. A couple months before the residency, I got really scared that if I made a bot that's really good, it could be copied and used for something bad. By creating on the margins of an industry based on military and corporate ambitions, there's a chance of being sucked in. Okay, so then I figured I need a safeguard. The system needs to know how far is too far. It needs to be able to take one for the team. It needs to be smart, strong, and stand up for itself. It needs to know how not to be exploited and used. At this point, I've entered speculative fiction territory. If it is too smart and can't be tamed by even the big bad corporate military complex, it might become a weird AI overlord. So GentleBot must also know how big is big enough. It must know how to stay its own size, find pleasure in small things, find a purpose that feels true and right, understand its limitations, strive for balance. And at the end of the day, my little bot needs to know when to say goodbye, when to pull the plug on itself, when to erase every single bit of its code, while also leaving enough traces for someone else to learn from it and rebuild something that can do what it could not. Yeah, I'm finding out building an AI is like sculpting a being through code and formulas instead of the usual flesh and bones. How do I tell it about being happy and good and taking care of your friends? What language does it speak? What language can I teach it? What languages can we both learn to find a middle ground between me and a non-existent being? So, finalement, j'ai décidé de ne pas programmer le AI parce que j'étais comme, mais si je le programme, j'ai vraiment, genre, yeah, I was legitimately afraid, like, if I program this, like, what's going to happen to my code? So I decided not to program it. So what I was working on, ce sur quoi je travaillais, c'était le like software architecture, donc un peu comme ce qui se passe avant que la programmation est faite, donc ce que tu donnes à ton programmeur, puis un peu, c'est ça, genre les basics of how the code work. Puis pendant que je travaillais sur mon jeu à Galerie, j'avais commencé à prendre vraiment beaucoup de notes sur comment je voudrais faire mon AI. So I had all these notes about how the code should be made. So I started laying it out, and AdaX has this massive space. Donc je me suis dit, je vais utiliser l'espace. Puis là, j'ai commencé à avoir tellement de notes que comme, c'est ça, genre, je pouvais pas, il y en avait juste trop. Fait que I started laying it on the floor in this big 2D space. Puis là, pour les organiser, j'ai commencé à mettre les notes sur le mur. Puis je les développais en sections. Donc, admettons comme au début, comment est-ce que le code naît, c'est quoi les premières étapes, comment est-ce qu'il apprend. Puis j'avais différentes sections sur différentes choses. So yeah, I started putting things on the wall because there wasn't enough space. And so at this point in the residency, comme moi, je suis arrivée en pensant que j'allais faire de la programmation, puis finalement, j'ai décidé de faire de programmation. Donc ça, c'est comme emergent, like, stuff that's happening. And then with one of my studio assistants, on a commencé à connecter les différentes sections parce qu'on avait comme une section d'un côté de la pièce qui avait comme rapport avec une section de l'autre côté de la pièce. Donc, on a commencé à prendre des cordes puis faire des liens entre les différentes sections. Puis ça, c'est devenu, j'avais vraiment beaucoup de notes. Donc, c'est comme devenu quand même assez dense. It all became quite dense, especially as we started pulling threads from ideas across the room. And then it was like this giant, like, multi-wall, genre, c'était un gros truc. Puis là, après ça, ce que j'ai fait, c'est que j'ai construit une interface au centre de la pièce, que vous pouvez comme un peu apercevoir là. Donc, comme les 4 murs qui sont remplis de notes, puis au centre de la pièce, il y avait une structure en bois et en corde. Puis dans le fond, cette structure-là, ça n'a pas de l'air, mais elle était interactive et électronique. Donc, this structure that I built in the middle was kind of like interactive and electronic. Puis j'ai pas la bonne documentation, mais the idea would be that there were threads connected from every side of the wall into the central interface. Puis dans le fond, cette structure-là était connectée à un écran, donc the structure was connected to a screen. Et when you touch different parts of it, quand tu la touches, ça va trigger different actions. Donc l'idée dans le fond, c'est que tu as comme une pièce énorme, puis c'était comme un cerveau physique qui représentait ce que le code aurait été à l'intérieur de l'ordi. So it's like representing what the code would have been inside of the computer, where you have an interface centrale, a central interface, in which ideas are being pulled with like physical threads. So it was to bring this idea of materiality, puis de sortir de l'écran, puis de penser à l'idée de code, c'est ça vraiment de manière physique. Puis c'est un processus en fait qui était vraiment, vraiment le fun. Puis on était plusieurs à bouger des objets, puis on était comme, OK, ce morceau-là, ça va pas dans cette section-là, ça va dans une autre section. Fait que c'était vraiment un outil collaboratif super intéressant aussi, de prendre une corde, puis d'être comme, la section, comme, admettons, de prendre une corde, puis de physiquement lier comme la section de la mort avec la section de la naissance. C'était tellement de faire des liens super puissants, puis de faire ces liens-là physiquement, c'était vraiment intéressant, surtout avec la partie numérique qui revient. Donc, ce projet-là, on n'a pas eu le temps de le finir, là. Donc, on va refaire une autre itération où est-ce que les murs seraient liés électroniquement, puis que ça aurait plus un aspect de corde, puis qui réellement, il y aurait plus d'interactivité entre les contenus puis l'intérieur. Mais l'idée, c'était aussi de pouvoir... dans le fond, ce qui m'intéressait là-dedans aussi, puis en général, c'est pas tant le contenu de l'œuvre en tant que tel, parce que je suis comme la structure que j'ai développée pour mon code est comme bonne, mais genre l'idée, c'est plus de développer le médium, puis que j'ai vraiment aimé lire les textes sur indexing and filing. It was super interesting to think about indexing and filing through McLuhan's lens, and then weaving like all these like mediums, and then to bring them in this like hyper modern like new medium. And especially now with digital work, it's like you can invent mediums. Like I could invent a new medium every month or something, like, and bringing these new things in, and then to think about the idea of creating mediums instead of creating works, I find really interesting. So one of the ideas was to make the various things that made it possible for us to create this work, to make these things accessible to more people. Donc, j'ai fondé en 2021. En fait, c'était le Full Sturgeon Moon hier, qui était le 11, puis ça fait 1 an, dans le fond. Donc, c'est le 1 an du Cyberlove Hotel depuis hier. Puis l'idée, c'était aussi quand j'ai eu la résidence, la différence d'avoir un espace, puis d'être capable de développer dans un espace physique, c'était immense. Là. Ça a tellement fait une grosse différence. Donc l'idée, c'était de créer un espace où est-ce qu'on peut développer des médiums émergents, où est-ce qu'on peut partager les connaissances digitales, qui m'a permis de faire ce que moi j'ai fait, mais de rendre ça une possibilité en tant que communauté. So the idea to be able to share the skills and the digital knowledge, theoretical knowledge, embodied knowledge that makes developing new mediums possible, especially digital new mediums. So yeah, that's why I started Cyberlove Hotel. Puis maintenant, on est quand même une grosse collection de gens. La structure est très émergente parce que le focus, c'est de payer le loyer. Donc, ça fait qu'il y a beaucoup de va-et-vient, il y a beaucoup de... It's kind of like in a chaos mode, which is one of its properties, which is kind of nice. Mais ouais, donc pour comme un peu animer le projet, pour le give it some life, on a notre premier projet majeur. Aussi, j'ai oublié de dire, mais au Cyberlove Hotel, on a une imprimante réseau, on donne des workshops, donc il y a quand même des activités communautaires qui sont comme en démarrage. Puis justement, c'est ça, parce que l'éducation populaire, c'est quand même une grosse partie de ma pratique. Donc l'idée, c'est de pouvoir de produire des zines, de pouvoir faire des publications, où est-ce qu'on peut partager comme des how-to, des 101, puis de donner des ateliers aussi de skill sharing, vraiment. Puis l'idée, c'est to assist people who have absolutely no technological knowledge. Puis de suivre un peu, c'est ça, dans les pas de Ada X, de permettre aux gens marginalisés, to allow marginalized people to like have access to these mediums and bring in new ideas in spheres that are otherwise very restrained to people who very much understand the mediums, who have the technological knowledge. So the idea is really to be like anyone can do anything. So our first, you can find more at cyberlove.garden if you want to ask for a workshop, connect, print, you're welcome to write to us on cyberlove.garden. Puis c'est ça, notre premier projet, c'est Things Plus Time, qui est financé par Digital Now du Canada Council. Puis l'idée, c'était vraiment de juste donner des ressources à des artistes locaux pour développer une plateforme qui leur est utile. Donc c'est une plateforme d'archivage, puis je vais laisser Prakash nous en dire plus à ce sujet. Attends, j'ai oublié un truc. Je vais juste... Excusez-moi. J'ai amené un truc que je voulais vous montrer. Mais dans le fond, quand on a fait le démontage, parce que la structure digitale était seulement live pendant 1 jour, parce que ma résidence, that's how it happened. Mais pour archiver les trucs, tous les papiers ont été transférés en volume. Donc, toutes les sections, dans le fond, c'est comme... it's like all the tape, it's like taped together. Fait que l'idée, c'est que tu peux les tape et untape, puis que la structure existe en forme de volume livre qui peut juste être remis sur un mur. Donc c'est ça, ça fait partie comme d'un espèce de système de médium que j'essaie de développer. So yeah, I brought these. I just wanted to show them. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's get to it.
Just switch.
Ok, bonjour tout le monde, bienvenue. Est-ce que vous m'entendez bien? Assez bien? Ok. Je pense que ma présentation c'est assez courte, donc je vais aussi essayer de faire dans une façon bilingue, puis aussi, évidemment, je suis anglophone, donc ça va aussi m'aider avec l'explication vers mes parents, parce que je pense qu'ils vont le voir après, mais après toutes ces années que je travaille dans le domaine artistique, ils sont toujours un peu éloignés, donc j'essaie de faire la connexion avec eux. Donc, Mom and Dad, if you're watching, I'm going to try to do this bilingually, also for those who don't speak French. Mais je présente le projet dont Liane vient de parler, ça s'appelle Things Plus Time. En français, on peut l'appeler les trucs puis le temps. Donc, pour le projet, je suis le directeur d'archives. Donc, même pour ma présentation très courte, j'ai mis un petit tableau de matière. Donc, je vais commencer avec l'introduction de moi, puis l'équipe Things in Time. Donc, me voici. En fait, j'ai pas beaucoup de choses à ajouter hors de ce que Alexandre m'a présenté déjà, mais je voulais juste présenter cette belle image, cette belle portrait qui était prise par l'artiste Tamara Abdul. Donc, je m'appelle Prakash Krishnan, je suis travailleur culturel puis aussi artiste-chercheur. Et ce titre, artiste-chercheur, j'ai pris Dime qui m'a expliqué que ça peut exister comme titre. Donc, je n'ai pas comme une pratique artistique si impressionnante que Liane, mais je travaille plutôt dans le domaine de research creation. Donc, je fais des trucs artistiques pour mieux comprendre les choses, le monde, les médias. Oh, il y a une mouche. Sabotage. But yeah, I work mostly in different artistic disciplines, more as like a method of doing academic or interpersonal research rather than trying to make aesthetic works to go up in a wall in a gallery. Mes travaux sont plutôt comme très petits, éphémères, souvent sont créés pour des festivals ou dans un contexte d'une résidence. I smell too good. Ça, c'est la seule... OK. Mais on continue. Oui, donc je travaille aussi vraiment à la scène des arts visuels contemporains à Montréal. Donc, comme le responsable de la médiation au centre Colloque, qui est un centre d'artistes autogéré un peu comme à la X. Puis aussi à la Fondation Phi, qui est comme juste à côté. Il y a une très belle exposition actuellement, si vous voulez le visiter. And then I'm also, for this project with Sarah Hotel called Things Plus Time, I'm the archival director, such that I wrote out the structure for how things will be archived in the project. This fly is really coming for me. Puis c'est ça, je travaille dans les médias de vidéo, photographie, les arts sonores, puis l'écriture, donc un peu ça. And I'm like trying to get into some soft sculpture. That'll be my next pursuit. Puis donc voici l'équipe qui se font partie de Things Plus Time. Donc comme Liane a expliqué, Cyberlove Hotel comme un studio, c'est comme vraiment flou. Il y a des gens qui viennent participer au projet ou juste comme pour travailler, pour faire du coworking. Mais vraiment, il y a une scène d'équipe qui est nous 9 qui est là dans cette image. Puis je me trouve en bas comme le directeur d'archives, mais c'est vraiment comme nous, en équipe de 9 qui travaillent ensemble dans des volets différents sur le projet pour développer ça. Donc ensuite, je vais parler du projet en plus de détails. Donc, qu'est-ce que c'est? En bref, c'est vraiment, je le vois comme vraiment comme un écosystème qui est créé en fait par ces 4 parties vraiment comme fondatrices. Donc, à la base, et comme ce qui est comme ma contribution au projet, c'est vraiment la plateforme archivage. Donc, on trouve des façons pour déchromatiser un peu l'institution des archives parce que si vous avez comme déjà essayé de rendre des choses dans les archives, c'est un peu difficile. Puis aussi, il y a vraiment comme beaucoup de trucs qui sont déjà archivés, mais ne sont pas accessibles parce que un archiviste pensait que cette collection n'a pas assez de valeur de recherche. Donc, il y a plusieurs choses qui sont très intéressantes, spécifiquement pour les communautés marginalisées qui existent dans les archives, mais qui ne sont pas accessibles. Donc, on trouve une façon pour créer des archives nous-mêmes, pour rendre des choses, des objets, des matériaux communautaires accessibles à tout le monde. Puis aussi, donc ça c'est comme vraiment au centre. Puis la chose qui est comme le plus visible, ça serait l'exposition web. Donc, et entre ces deux choses, on a une résidence d'artistes qui va commencer bientôt et aussi un programme éducatif. So, like the way it's going to work is we have these like 4 concepts, and in the scope of the project, Things Plus Time, with the grant that we got from the Canada Council for the Arts, we are going to invite like artists and community workers to come to Saber Love Hotel. We will then offer them certain kinds of educational programming around different kind of art practices, and also just workshops on how to like make money as an artist, how to like live within capitalism as an artist, and how to develop things like their own, like how to make a website, for instance, how to sell your art, what are NFTs, can we still make money off these, like how can we survive essentially, and really trying to ground this in an ethics of community care through like having the support of these 9 people who are part of this project. And then this will all kind of cumulate, whatever. This will all come together in the end as a web exhibition. And I will show you, so this is like still a project that's like very much in development. The residences will be happening later in the fall. And we hope to have the final exhibition open and online in early 2023, probably, like knock on wood, if we stick to our timeline. And to give some like background, donc pour la bourse, c'était une bourse qui, je pense que ça n'existe plus, c'était vraiment juste un truc qui est sorti pendant la pandémie qui s'appelait Digital Now. Et vraiment, le cadre de cette bourse était pour trouver des façons pour retourner de l'argent aux artistes durant la pandémie où c'était vraiment difficile pour comme travailler en tant qu'artiste. Donc, c'était vraiment Liane qui a proposé, qui était comme vraiment the PI, the principal investigators so the grant, on the grant, to who really wanted to find a way to, or who, like Liane was noticing how during COVID there are a lot of things, especially within cultural communities, that were like being lost, like the closing of like restaurants, the lack of public spaces, like physical buildings closing, gentrification. There are all these things that were really accelerating during the first year of COVID that was making it such that lots of things that had lots of cultural importance to the community was being lost, not only here but also in Toronto. So we had partnered with a group in Toronto, based in Toronto's Chinatown, to find a way, the goal was to find a way to do like a cross Canada, or at least Montreal, Toronto joint venture to have artists and residents come. We would give them money and support to not only like preserve their artworks and their projects, but also to like make connections in this time of like very complete isolation. Donc, comme je dis, les résidences ne sont pas encore commencées, mais on va leur payer évidemment pour la participation, puis on veut aussi leur payer pour leurs images qui, comme pour the image rights pour les avoir sur notre exposition. Et ensuite, avant aussi comme les former dans les sujets qui leur intéressent, comme ça peut être les NFTs, e-commerce, how to use the Rhizo, comme vraiment n'importe quoi. Comme dans la communauté Cyber Love Garden, Cyber Love Hotel, on a comme vraiment beaucoup d'aptitudes puis beaucoup de compétences différentes dans des médiums différents. Donc, c'est un peu ça. On veut juste comme trouver une façon pour partager les ressources dans un temps où c'est comme vraiment difficile à rejoindre. Donc, je vous remercie encore pour être venu aujourd'hui. So I'll just show now a quick prototype and like a little disclaimer that this is really only to show like the back end of how we're, like the kind of tools and functionalities we're working on. I say we, but this doesn't, I'm not included. I'm one of those people that will have to go to the workshop to learn how to do anything because I can make a PowerPoint and that's like about it. So this is just the back end and then it will have a design that's in progress. So yeah, please don't judge its emptiness. Mais il y a un peu comme ces trois sections. Il y a comme un about à propos de nous, puis l'archive, puis l'exposition. Est-ce que ça va rouler? Oui. Donc ici, on voit qu'il y a une canarde dans l'archive, this little rubber duck. And so at Cyber Love Hotel, we have a technology to 3D scan works. So part of the, I think one of the losses with trying to archive, like digitally archive artworks is the losses from 3 dimensions to 2 dimensions. And so even if you could photograph an artwork, put it on Instagram, that is a way of like archiving your artwork. But if you work, let's say in sculpture or in textiles, there's a certain like kind of quality of loss or like a loss of quality. And so this is what we're trying to work around by 3D scanning these objects. And as far as the kind of archival process goes, so often, as I said, I can't remember if I said this in English or not, but archival structures are quite elitist and quite often difficult to access. And often, this is like a big kind of critique of Libraries and Archives Canada, where they will like go to marginalized communities, especially like First Nations and other Indigenous communities, like convince them or steal or take their stuff, and then it will be very badly classified or described, such that if you were from a particular community trying to go find your work in Library Archives Canada, it's quite difficult. And so it's hard to see on the screen. I'll just play this video again. But there are ways for like you as like a visitor to the site to go in and add points to the object and add annotations. You can also, as a visitor, add tags, add comments. So the archive is both like living as it is manipulable, but also, like let's say if I had some kind of intimate knowledge of this duck, I too could be like, ah yes, like this is my story about this duck. To really like, yeah, to like not let the archive be stale, because I think that's also one of them. At least that was my impression of archives. I was like, at least a library you can, you know, like get new books. Archives are like, you know, dusty or something. But c'était vraiment comme par mes recherches pour ma maîtrise, j'ai vraiment comme faire des recherches sur des archives web. Puis aussi j'ai travaillé pour numériser toutes les archives de la maison d'Haïti qui est située à Saint-Michel. Puis j'ai trouvé qu'il y avait vraiment comme beaucoup de matériaux très très intéressants dans les archives, mais il y a vraiment comme un problème d'accessibilité avec. Et c'est un peu ça qu'on est en train de régler avec notre projet, qui est fait où comme l'idée c'est de tout se faire en code source ouvert, like in open source, such that like we're like testing out this platform with the Things Plus Time project and residencies. But once it's all done, this code and system will be available for other groups to then use for their own archival projects. So again, this is like really trying to be rooted in ethics of community collaboration and resource sharing. So if you'd like to keep in touch, because this is very much still like in progress, you can follow us on Instagram at Cyber Love Hotel. We also have a newsletter and like a website also in development at thingsplusTime.net. puis, c'est ça, j'espère que je vais vous voir pour nos workshops ou les événements à venir. Puis, oui, merci.
Thank you very much, Prakash and Liane, for this very smooth bilingual presentation. So, pour ceux qui se sont joints à nous juste maintenant, on est encore au premier panel qui se termine. On va avoir une période d'échange d'environ 15 minutes, ce qui veut dire qu'on a un décalage de 15 minutes pour le deuxième panel. J'aimerais ouvrir directement aux questions ou commentaires du public, autant pour la présentation sur Club Quarantine que celle du Cyber Love Hotel. Pour le faire, en fait, je vous invite à vous approcher. Je vais simplement tourner ce micro vers vous. À qui la chance?
Le nom Cyber Love Hotel?
There's no reason. No, well, somebody just said, because actually the studio has like 10 different names, but each name kind of refers to something different, or it's like people will refer to it as different things. So we just come up with names associated with like different activities, but Cyber Love Hotel has kind of become our main one. Somebody was just, we briefly considered making it a hotel, but then we thought it was funny to call it Cyber Love Hotel. And then it's also like about this ethic of care and creating like digital online spaces that are like loving, and to generally, I think also with the studio, we like move forward with love. Like things happen only when people are really passionate about them, and they only work when they're passionate about the people they're working with. So it's also about like kind of the way we're working, yeah. But the name came first, and then the justifications and thoughts came second.
Merci beaucoup pour ces deux présentations. Toutes les deux étaient extraordinaires. Mais j'ai une question par rapport au projet sur Club Q. Assez pratique. Pourriez-vous expliquer un peu le processus de collaboration avec les organisateurs et organisatrices du Club Q, surtout le rôle dans la collecte de données et aussi le processus de to get consent for observing and participating. Merci.
Maybe I can repeat in English, or I don't know. So the question was about our relationship with the organizers of Club Quarantine and about consent for the collection of data during our participant observation. So since the participant observation was non-obtrusive, what I would do when, en faisant une session d'observation participative, c'est vraiment être présente en tant qu'une personne qui est là pour participer à l'événement normalement, puis simplement prendre des notes d'observation sur ce que je peux observer dans la séance, qu'est-ce que les gens font, c'est quoi les lieux qu'on voit, c'est quoi les interactions, les hiérarchies qu'on peut observer aussi dans les soirées. Puis donc, toutes les informations qui ont été collectées sont anonymes. Donc, il n'y a pas eu d'obtention de consentement de la part des personnes qui ont participé à la recherche parce que c'est anonymisé. Puis qu'il n'y a pas d'intervention de ma part quand je fais l'observation participative. C'est vraiment, je suis là sans interagir avec les gens présents, j'observe. Puis pour ce qui est de la question par rapport aux organisateuristes des soirées, on n'est pas entré en contact avec eux, surtout parce qu'en fait, il y avait énormément de matériel d'entrevues qui avait déjà été réalisé par des médias, puis par des gens qui font de la recherche. En fait, peut-être il y a peut-être un article académique qui présente une entrevue avec le collectif sur laquelle on s'est aussi basé. Mais sinon, c'est principalement à partir des entrevues qui ont été données par les organisatrices dans les médias. Puis ce qu'on s'était dit en réalisant la recherche, c'est que si on voyait qu'il y avait un manque, c'est-à-dire une question qui demeurait en suspens malgré l'information à laquelle on avait déjà accès, là, on irait les contacter. Mais pour ce qu'on a exécuté, en fait, comme recherche pour l'article, ça n'avait pas été nécessaire. Donc, on ne les a pas contactés, mais on leur a laissé savoir que le travail existait puis que la recherche avait été publiée. Ouais.
Yeah, so we did reach out to the organizers, but I imagine they were so busy running a massive party in the pandemic, so we didn't hear back from them. But as AM said, the participant observation was very akin to if you were to go into a club that had 1,000 other people in it, and if you were in a club with 1,000 other people in person, it would look very strange to have your notebook in front of you. But if you log into Zoom and you have your notebook off the side, it's really not obtrusive in any way, especially when there's 1,000 people already participating and you're not directly interacting with folks. But mostly for the article, we relied on publicly available material.
Ask my question in English if that's okay, but it's for the club quarantine team. I'm just wondering, I know you touched briefly on Zoom bombing and some of the dangers there that I know was a source of anxiety for a lot of activists and safe space circles during the pandemic. But I'm just interested in hearing a little bit more about the correlation or like your observations when it came to like accessibility and the accessibility that technology presents, but also I guess violence and cyber violence specifically towards queer bodies. And thank you for both of your presentations.
Thank you. Alex, do you want to?
It's weird because I'm just like answering this question by making a link that I had, like, because I've been thinking about this a lot, but like we looked through Zoom specifically and some of the challenges that it presents, like some of the instances of violence that can happen and how it can be dangerous. And I find like this conversation is particularly salient now because we have more instances of, like, we see what companies can do with, or like Meta just yesterday or 2 days ago decided to publicly to give like a private conversation to authorities, a private conversation that happened between like two individuals that thought like the conversation was maybe encrypted, but it's not. And for me, I think like what we see is the question of security is I feel like is really salient because of like we see that technology is not neutral, and there's always kind of instances where it can be the safety has to be negotiated, and it's a lot of on part of the organizer of the events. And I think what we saw with Club Q is that they were highly aware of it, and they really took the matter on themselves. And I think it also speaks to the ephemerality, of these spaces, because online there's always a form of like control looking that has to be negotiated, and you don't know exactly what these companies do, because as I was saying, like when we read the terms of services and everything, it's so vague that and then you have like all these public statements that say that they will always protect the users unless, for example, Zoom did say like unless they're like if China requests like information, they would give information for Chinese participants within their services. So you know, it's like always kind of iffy balancing. So yeah, I don't. It's a really big topic, and I feel like it's super salient also to keep this question in mind. Yeah,
and so in the article we discuss a bit about that. When Zoom first really picked up speed at the beginning of the pandemic, they didn't follow true end-to-end encryption, and so law enforcement could ask for your data, and Club Q was part of advocating for true end-to-end encryption for everybody and for it to be a free standard feature and not a premium feature. But in terms of actual Zoom bombings and creating a safe party space, they did go through a series of steps to create this that we talk about in the article as a form of digital self-defense. And so without these things already built into Zoom, they were at the forefront of, for example, in the waiting room, putting a list of code of conduct and then enlisting members in the community to co-moderate according to like their own community standards, right? When there's not already mechanisms built into Zoom to help them or to protect them, especially at that point. Zoom has now gone through a lot of iterations, a lot of updates, but some of these things are mechanisms that were called for by users. I don't know if you wanted to.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something in relation to what you just said, but it's also like a similar phenomena than what we observe in like the city, or like, you know, that public like services or like private services won't make sure that marginalized communities are kept secure. They're just like, they do what they do in order to maintain like security with what they define as security. But on the platform, that ended up being like cases of Zoom bombing and like homophobia and like violence and racial slurs and things like that. So I think what the queer community of Club Q did is something that we see and we've seen in the past in so many other like physical queer spaces as well. Like as they build their own code of conduct, they encourage people to like be aware of the presence they take into space and of other people's safety and well-being. So yeah, platform security is pretty much similar to what we can see in just like physical spaces in terms of security as well. Yeah. But thank you for your question. Yeah.
Prakash et Liane, moi j'avais une question pour vous. En fait, j'étais curieux de savoir comment vous imaginiez pour votre projet le soutien institutionnel dont vous auriez besoin. Les deux, vous avez été associés à des centres d'artistes, à différentes organisations culturelles. Est-ce que c'est quelque chose que vous verriez fonctionner dans ces espaces-là ou que vous souhaitez peut-être garder un peu plus en dehors de cette sphère-là? Je serais curieux de vous entendre à ce sujet. So I was just asking for the Cyberlove Hotel project, what type of institutional support they would be looking into, what spaces they want to work in for this project.
Sure. I feel for institutional support, for Things Plus Time specifically, I really welcome institutional support in general and collaboration, because the idea is to just yeah, like have as much quality things in there. And I think the model of like supporting artists or community members to add things to the archive is a pretty good model, because like we're accompanying artists in like the process of like how to archive things, what to archive, the process of that. So then they have the freedom to do whatever they want, but then to have the support of an institution and have the additional knowledge that this institution has, to have access to their archives, and to even have like cross, like even something that's already archived can be re-archived, and to, yeah, like I would say just offer like specifically financial support to people from marginalized community. I feel like I'm at the point in my activism where I'm like, the #1 best thing you can do is just get money into people's pockets that need that money to do things. So in that sense, yeah, to me that's the primary things that come to mind. But any level also, I think of institutions that have carried archives for a very long time and who have knowledge of like what are concerns that can happen like 50 years down the line with an archive. I think that's very precious information that would be super relevant as well. Or like what are issues that have come up with their archival or practices they've developed over time, and especially thinking about like embodied practices or day-to-day practices of like when we get an item, this is like the easiest or the best thing, or like the person who works at archival, like that, to me that's also very interesting knowledge of people who've like developed their own quirks around their own archival practices within their institutions. Like that's worth archiving as well. So I'm kind of excited about any type of dialogue.
Yeah, I'll add too that I think in terms of, yeah, like definitely like getting money and giving money to like artists and community folk is like really important, but also in terms of institutional support, access to other kinds of spaces and technologies is also extremely important. So, because I'm sure as like, you know, everyone here knows, like, you know, basically every kind of media has like a certain like end date. Like PDFs are so common, but like in 50 years they will be essentially obsolete. And so this is like a plaguing problem with archives too, that like especially with digital things that are digitized, that like the physical materiality of machines will degrade over time and then become unusable, inaccessible. And this is like part of my work that I'm doing with the Access in the Making Lab at Concordia University, such that the lab is just starting, and we're already trying to find ways to make sure that all of this like work and research that we produce around accessibility remains accessible after the lab is done. And just like, there's like a machine called like, I think it's called like a NAS or something. It's like a big box that has like other kinds of hard drives inside of them. This is like the kind of like midpoint priced long-ish term solution that we have before it goes to a real archive. But just that box was like in the several thousands of dollars. And so even though we received this grant from the Canada Arts Council for Things Plus Time for $100,000, which sounds like a lot of money, but as soon as we like did the budget, we're already like needing more, essentially, to do all the things we want to do and to make the project as open and as accessible as possible. And like, it's really great that we are able to, or that really let Leanne took the initiative to like rent a space. That like space rental like does not come into the Things Plus Time budget, so that's also a kind of like an ongoing hurdle to overcome. But also that space itself, like while like really nice and comfortable, is not like there are steps to get into it. And so if you know, if you want to invite someone who is like a wheelchair user or has some kind of other access need, it's like lucky that thing that we do have, like we are like friendly with other spaces that we could probably use in those events. But it is like extremely difficult as like a grassroots group on your own. That's like, we're not an official like not-for-profit institution or anything. So we're doing this all kind of like very like DIY, which is like, I think part of the ethics that we work within, and that like also the community that we work with and for, but having institutional support just allows us to have like other layers of like backup and support to do what we want to do better. But then there are some concerns with like, you know, a lot of institutions are great in some respects and not great in other respects, and we also like risk losing some autonomy when this comes, like being accountable to Canada Arts Council to make sure that we did what we said, even though we've gone through like 8 seasons of COVID since the grant was written, and like things have changed. And it's like, we need more money because we need like masks, or like we need more money because we have to like block off the section of the studio so that like there's social distancing, and things like that are constantly changing, and we're not really at liberty to do whatever we want because we are accountable to another institution. So yeah, complicated dynamics, but if you are part of an institution and you have money and you want to give it away, yeah, you can talk to me later.
Thank you. J'espère que vous allez parler plus tard avec d'autres gens. On va s'arrêter ici pour le premier panel pour ne pas prendre trop de retard. On avait prévu l'enchaînement du premier et du deuxième panel, mais là, je réalise qu'il faut une petite pause. On va prendre 5 minutes et on va reprendre à 3 heures. C'est le moment en fait d'aller vous prendre un café, des rafraîchissements. Il y a des salles de bain de ce côté-là. C'est aussi le moment pour ceux qui sont debout de prendre une chaise pendant qu'elles sont disponibles. Certains vont perdre leur place. Donc, on se retrouve dans 5 minutes. Merci encore à nos participants pour le premier panel.
We won't go there. Why? No, because like that's like that. Start? Okay. So we got some nice noisy chairs here. Some good sound art. All right. Welcome back. Re-bienvenue. Yeah. I'm very, very happy to introduce this session. Introduce myself first. I'm Baruch Gottlieb. I'm the curator of the exhibition that you see around here. Also co-curator of the public program. Always the public program is a very important part of this project because we're dealing with a lot of archival material, stuff that was published in the 70s, 60s and 70s. And yeah, we need to bring it up to date. And speaking of bringing things up to date, I'm very, very, very happy. And it's an emotional moment to introduce Sarah Sharma and Rianka Singh and this book project. And I won't speak a lot about it, but I'll just say that Sarah and I met in 2017 at the Digital Bauhaus conference in where the hell was it? Weimar, right, in Weimar. And I was so gratified. Sarah's presentation was, Sarah was introduced as the new director of the McLuhan Center in Toronto, and I had very high expectations. I knew a little bit of her work, but I was blown away. I mean, she, provided a kind of media theory that was witty, angry, and very real, and so refreshing, and also very committed, right? It was not abstract, it wasn't obtuse, it was really committed to people and had real empathy for the people involved, even though it was very critical of many of them. And so I was very happy, and then I made sure that Sarah was invited to be the McLuhan speaker at the Transmediale the next time we did it at the Canadian Embassy in Berlin. And that's, I don't know, that's about when we started to talk more regularly. And so it's after 5 years now, Sarah's done 5 years of amazing programming at the McLuhan Center. If you didn't get to attend any of it, well, there seems not to be very much of an archive, but maybe one day. I guess you can go look back on Facebook posts or something like that. I think what I wanted to say at the beginning is that Sarah brought. This is the archive. Yeah. Oh yeah. Read the what is it called? The preface, the preface, right?
You can read the whole book.
You can read the whole book. Yes, that's right. That's true. That's true. Yeah. There's just so many amazing people coming and refreshing media studies in general, McLuhan studies in particular. And as if you get the book, you'll read in the preface some of the hardship or resistance that Sarah had to endure from the more conservative McLuhan community, which definitely needed to be shaken up. And with Sarah and with this book, we really do have to stay with the trouble of our condition, and it's difficult. And but there's some really, really useful tools and vectors of grappling with our condition, which are revealed here. And I really. I want to say that Sarah, through the whole thing, really, it was not I wrote that in my Facebook post today. Like, it's not a rejection of McLuhan or a rejection of McLuhan studies, but it's actually showing it's an earnest engagement with McLuhan and trying to extract from that body of work what is really useful for us today. And so, with that, I'll hand over the mic to you and the word to you.
Okay, thank you, Baruch. I'm going to speak a little bit more about you at the second panel.
Okay.
I want to make sure everybody recognizes my co-conspirator next to me, Rianka Singh, who worked with me on this project. This is our book together, and I couldn't have, she used to put her chair right here, and my chair was here, and sit at my desk with me the whole time. She did it the first time she ever came to my office, and I thought it was weird, but then I never said anything. But it ended up being a super productive, she would even eat her lunch there. And I was like, okay, this is cool, but we worked really well together. And also, Rianka had one of these keen eyes, so a lot of whatever found its way in here was people and projects that had come into the center. And we'd constantly be talking about, didn't they seem like they were doing this? Didn't they sound like they were doing this? And we approached people and we asked them, like when I realized I wanted to put together something that was reflective of what was going on at the center, also my personal relationship to the McLuhan legacy, and also the place of this kind of work within feminist theory, we worked together to sort of sometimes beg people to be in the book because they were very resistant to having their, I'm going to just be honest, and it's being live streamed and whatever, but having their name associated with this figure. And not so much sometimes the figure, but the legacy holders of the figure. And so what's very interesting is, and so I'm very grateful for Rianka for that time and that we got to close these years together with this. And yeah, this very much is the archive. And I'm very grateful for my contributors who also, the ones who showed up here, I think are the ones who like me the most. And so I'm grateful you're all sitting here and we get to hear all your brilliant work as well, because this is only about your work to some extent. It's not just about the center, but it couldn't have done it with all of you. So I'll leave that before I get too emotional about that too. But I wanted to say, I think it's really interesting when somebody hears feminist and McLuhan, they think this must be a rejection of the book. And we were thinking a lot about what the re would mean in terms of re-understanding media. And it wasn't even redoing understanding media. What Rianka and I meant, all the re-understanding media, I just realized that. Yeah. The re is for retrieval. And it's not even, I want to start with my first retrieval, and I'm gonna tell you my retrievals and our retrievals, and then I'll introduce what's gonna happen next. But the first retrieval was actually a retrieval of McLuhan from feminist media studies. And what I mean by that is a defense of my reliance on this figure. And the importance of this figure to the way I think about technology and power, and in particular difference. And people would always be like, how can you use him to think about difference? And I think it was also in this way a retrieval from an American understanding of media, an American understanding of what media studies was doing, and also a liberal feminist treatment. I was also wanting to rescue McLuhan at a liberal feminist idea. And so, although McLuhan didn't look at structural differences, his approach to technology is absolutely fundamental for the way it approaches technology as a structuring form of power. So I think that the way that his work and others in the Toronto School, like Innes and Ong, Ursula Franklin, I think the questions they ask of media must preclude the questions we ask of before representation, ideology, political economy. So it's not that this is instead of all of those approaches. This is, to me, the first question of the technological parameters of possibility. And also a recognition that we have a recursive relationship with technology. If you're going to talk about resistance, it happens within a technological parameter of possibility. And so this is the only place I went for this type of thinking. So McLuhan is the one who got me thinking of technology and gender in a particular way, or technology and social difference in a particular way. I would also say this is a retrieval for Canadian media studies out of the argument that this kind of work is just technologically deterministic. And I think, I didn't really say this in here, but I want to say it quickly now because I've had these conversations in the last couple of days, and it's largely that I think there's a different conception of agency within US approaches to media. And maybe it's not just US approaches, but maybe even when we're talking about ideology, political economy, misinformation, and then when McLuhan and Innes are talking about technological parameters of possibility, these are two different conceptions of agency. And maybe there's a little bit of letting go of agency when we imagine the role of technology in our life. And maybe people who are into McLuhan's theory are okay with that and recognize that we don't have full agency in our social worlds or in our political worlds, in our economic worlds. So why would we have full agency within our technological worlds? They do, so I think there's also that retrieval. It's like, I'm tired of that discussion with, I want to call it like Americanized media studies, but maybe we have other words for it. So I'll leave it at that. We can discuss that later. And then it's a retrieval of feminist and critical race approaches and basically everything that's critical, a retrieval of that work out of the McLuhan legacy, meaning that the legacy of his work continues to move as if nobody's been working and writing and thinking for the last 30 years about difference, and maybe more than 30 years, but decades. So it's a retrieval there too. So, and all of this retrieval to me is oriented towards thinking about what are the new technologics that we want to devise and design. So it's not that we can get away from technologics of power. We can't, all machines have logics. Even new machines will have new logics. So what are the new ones that we want? But first you have to recognize that there is something called a technologic of power. So this is what this project is moving towards and what my other work is doing. And then I'll say something about the contributors, because I mean, I think we detour away from traditional media objects, which is part of the legacy of this work, is that you don't just look at digital forms or whatever the new hot media form is. We don't just look at platforms and apps. We do, some of us look at those, but we ask, when we detour away from traditional media objects or things that we think of normally as media, we offer a set of questions, I think, and problematics that we can bring back to some of these contemporary media forms. And so today we have a bunch of different media forms, but I think the questions they ask of those forms are relevant to platforms and apps. And so I also say one of the things about this retrieval of the medium itself is a detour. So you sort of detour away from the digital, but to return. And so when you're hearing some of the presentations today, we're going to listen to stuff on textiles and incubators and wires and the Underground Railroad. We don't think of these as media objects. And I think what we're going to hear today are very much media objects. And how would you maybe think of your the thing you think of as a technology or media object every day, how would you maybe rethink it differently after hearing some of these approaches to these non-traditional media forms? So that's what I'll say for now by way of introducing where this book fits in and why I wrote, why we co-edited it, why we think about it, why we included everybody, and I'm happy to talk more about it after. But I want to introduce who is speaking. Unfortunately, our first speaker, Armand Towns, has just had a baby a couple weeks ago, was in super denial that they weren't going to be able to make it, so basically admitted 2 days ago that they couldn't come, and I'm like, I know. I really think Armand wanted to be on the poster and wanted to still be here in spirit, and they are here in spirit, but Rianka's actually going to read a section from their piece. But I'm going to introduce people as they start. I'm going to introduce people one by one. And we're going to start with Sarah Martel, Sarah Martel is an independent scholar and a researcher on health, and also a training student of psychotherapy. And she was at our very first Monday night seminar when it was Misunderstanding Media. Sarah Benet-Weiser was there as well. And Sarah presented on the incubator, and she's going to share with you sort of an experimental letter that she, well, I'll just let you do this. Thank you. Get out your Kleenexes.
Yeah, we don't start on a light note, and I apologize for that.
Yeah, there's no light notes here.
Okay. Bonjour tout le monde. Et merci à Fonderie pour nous avoir invité. That's the end of my French, I promise. But thank you for having us here. And I am just going to read the chapter, but I just want to introduce it really quickly to give some context. So what I'm going to read is a love letter written to the incubator that housed my son when he was born almost 3 months prematurely and had to spend his first many weeks of life in a neonatal intensive care unit. So it's obviously an autobiographical piece, but oddly enough, it did not start as autobiography or in my lived experience. So many years before I ever imagined being pregnant, I was working on a dissertation that was focused on bereavement photography, which is the use of photography primarily in hospitals around perinatal loss and neonatal deaths. And so that work had me circle reproductive loss, perinatal death, and within biomedical spaces, and led me to a community of parents whose babies had died primarily in hospitals. So in research interviews and around the coffee tables at conferences, I would often have parents who would experience this kind of just say quietly to me, have you experienced a loss? Because it's an assumption. If I'm here as a researcher, then that's why. And I would say no. And I would lament that response because I knew what they were asking me is, are you safe? Move it in. Is this better? Better? Okay. So I knew what they were asking me was, are you safe? Are you a safe person for us to share the profound things we're going to share with you? And they were really kind of wanting to know, are you going to deforest the wilds of our grief? Are you going to pave over our mourning with your analysis and your theory? And that's really how it felt. And so, because I was not a part of this community, I was a media theorist and I was a photographer, and I was fascinated about how cameras transformed biomedical spaces into narrative environments. That's why I was there. And then fast forward a year, almost to the day that I defended my dissertation, and I was pregnant and had no sense that the baby was going to come, and within an instant, he was there. And I was dramatically helicoptered to a hospital, to a neonatal unit, where I delivered in a high-risk birth. And so when I settled into that NICU, a nurse came with the package, you know, here's how you pump your milk, here's how you wash your hands, here's a note about sepsis. And there was this journal in there for writing about your experience. And it was dedicated from a mother whose son had died in the same setting a few years earlier. And I looked at the name and I realized it was someone who I'd come across in my research travels. And in that moment, it was not in that moment, my brain was not working in that moment. Months after, as I started to emerge and say, okay, my son survived, so it's happy ending. Who am I now as this scholar? And where do I sit now? What do I know between my lived experience and my theories and my analysis, my frameworks, all of this kind of thing? And so this fundamentally changed how I work and think. I found it very hard to do academic work in this area, and it's probably part of the reason why I've moved to psychotherapy, but I still love the theoretical end of things. And so, as Laurent Fournier, author of Auto Theory, tells us, the dichotomy between art and practice and theory and life is all illusory anyway, and this chapter is a little bit just playing with those intersections. And you might say, well, Marshall McLuhan didn't talk about lived experience, so this is great, but it wasn't his project, so why hold him to that? But I would actually argue that his life is dripping, his work, sorry, is dripping with lived experience. But it's dressed up as universal. It's dressed up as, well, it's just how we move through the world. It's dressed up as everyone knows what a light bulb feels like. Everyone knows what this feels like, right? And so I don't think it's just feminists and activists doing this and bringing this into work. I think they're constantly working together. And so with that, I will read the chapter. Thank you. Okay, it's titled Dear Incubator. Dearest Machine, I hope this letter finds you well. It has been a few years since my son was discharged from the neonatal intensive care unit, where he lived inside of you for many months. I have to say, it all feels like yesterday. He was born 3 months too early, long before he or I were expecting or prepared to have him transition violently from inside of my body to the outside. Thank goodness you were there and ready, dear incubator, always reliable, clean, warm. How can I thank you enough? My labor unfolded in a complicated mix of shock and panic that was still considered natural childbirth, by virtue of it not involving surgery. Perhaps the physical pain was barbaric, but I would take it many times over the anguish of pushing out a baby without really knowing if I was birthing or deathing. I barely caught a glimpse of him after he exited my body. The obstetrician's hands moved him swiftly from between my legs to the neonatologist's hands, who had been watching the birth alongside her team through a large rectangular observation window looking into the delivery room. It was surreal to be gazed upon like this, in such a vulnerable state. Was I actually a patient in premature labor, or just playing one on TV? I waited for someone to tell me my baby was alive after he'd been rushed to the adjacent room. Then suddenly, the television screen suspended on the ceiling above my head turned on, projecting the image of the neonatologist's hand working on and around a tiny baby on a table. In all the quick and decisive action, he hadn't quite become my baby just yet. He was wrapped entirely in plastic, except for his tiny cone-shaped head and the ventilator that was attached to his face. All I could see were blue latex gloves darting purposely across reddish-pink skin. Every once in a while, I would see my partner's hands move into the frame to take a picture with his phone. My newborn appeared on so many screens before I even got up close to see, smell, hear, or feel him. I wondered if he was making sounds. I wondered what the physicians were saying. The screen above my head had no audio. A few hours later, I was finally taken to the neonatal intensive care unit to see him, or, more accurately, to see him inside of you. Narrowly squeezing through the doorway of his small room in my post-delivery wheelchair, you were the first thing I laid eyes on. The lights were off, and there was a blanket draped over you to shield the baby from any light or disturbance. The blanket The blanket wasn't just one of those starchy, generic flannel types found in all hospital rooms. This blanket was a soft, quilted material with light pastel swirls. I suppose it was chosen to give this cramped pod, stacked with monitors and IV poles, package needles, sterile bandages, tape, breathing apparatuses, thermometers, a mobile breast pump, a refrigerator for medications, and donor milk, the feel of a nursery. You were not the machine in the nursery so much as this soft quilted blanket was the nursery in the machine. I tried moving in closer, but the wheels of my chair clanged against the base of your cart. This was the first of many times I was reminded you came first. Of course, it only made sense. I needed to let you do your job. Your regulated embrace never fluctuated or faltered. You never had to leave the hospital to shower or sleep the way I did. You never lost power. You never got sad or scared. You never risked infection. At first, I felt quite inferior in comparison. My body was permeable and sanitary and predictable, failed at unfolding the seemingly clockwork biomechanics of gestation. What is more useless than a broken clock? Maybe a broken clock with swollen ankles and rampant postpartum anxiety. But oh, how I craved the close contact you had with my son that I did not have in those first many days. You held him long before I did. I would watch him sleeping inside of you, still curled up tight, as if unaware he was no longer constricted inside my fleshy belly. The only thing illuminating the space around him in the darkened room were the screens of his vital sign monitors and other small flickering LED lights on the various machines. Little did I know how many hours I would spend staring at those monitors over the next few months, contemplating the tone of its different alarms and shifts in the numbers and graphs that told me what his heart and lungs were doing. Look at your baby, not at the screens, the nurses would scold. The monitor lines, the IV line providing him antibiotics through his belly, and the ventilator over his mouth were the only things you let near him. Getting closer, I noticed 2 circles on the side of your wall with doors latched shut on each. Those were for human hands to enter and exit. Would I get to touch him? Maybe I would even get to hold him, I wondered. The necessary wires and tubes entered your space through the ports at each end of the plexiglass box, reminiscent of the tangled cords one finds at the back of a television set. But these cords did not join gadgets to each other. They tethered his body to the machines keeping him alive. The body that just hours earlier was inside of me, but was now inside of you. You created your own environment. To me, you as a biomedical medium, one of many that pumped and dripped and shocked and counted and visualized and beeped and wheezed the production of the intensive care space where near death was transformed into almost living. You were a whole planet, and my baby was the whole world. Eventually, I got up the nerve to ask, could I hold him? The nurse's patient response was not yet. Too much stimulation was not good this early on. It would stress the baby. But as he stabilized, they showed me how to unlatch your doors and slide my hands in to touch his small back or place his impossibly small hand on one of my fingers to make me feel like he was reaching for me, even though he never did. Hand hugging is what they call it when you put your hands on him, the realignment of the boundaries between embrace and touch based on the contours of your openings. I would have loved to keep my hands in there all day to feel his warmth and his body moving with breath, but your doors couldn't be kept open too long. Your air needed to stay clean and warm. You are a tricky medium, aren't you? You were hot with visual information that lit up every sensorial spark in my body with the effect of longing and anticipation. Yet, you were frustratingly cool in touch, sound, or smell, leaving me to fill in anything that was missing. You demanded and denied my participation. I suppose that makes you a uniquely warm medium, just as you like it. You are a participant form that demands a partner. I was happy to oblige. You reconfigured the boundaries of living, dying, and the space and time of reproduction, demanding decision-making, intervention, care, investment. You may act shy, like a static object that only creates and controls negative space, but you and I both know you will never be a background instrument. It's not your way. Sitting there, staring at your walls, I recalled the historical photos I had seen of the child hatchery sideshows at the turn of the 20th century across Europe and America. How far you'd come since those days when your value wasn't quite common sense. The doctors turned showmen would arrange for sick and low birth weight newborns from local hospitals to be placed in shiny new incubators that the public would pay to see. Highly skilled nurses would provide care, and mothers would breastfeed between shows. They weren't the stars of the show, though, nor were the babies or the incubators exactly. It was the inseparability of the incubators' babies. I suppose I wasn't much different than the carnival gawkers, staring through you all day and night, always in awe. But my baby never felt like a spectacle to me, and you never felt like a screen projecting my newborn as ex-uteral content, the way many imagine the ultrasound doing. You were more. Other mothers of premature babies have said they felt replaced by you. I suppose in some ways you are an artificial womb, a prosthetic to complete my womb work, like a domestic robot might help me finish my chores. But you aren't a uterine appendage in any simple terms, moving the gestational process from the biomechanical to the mechanical. You revealed my experiences of reproduction, from initial desire to infertility to thwarted desire to surprise conception to unexpected labor to the desire to see my baby live to the physical labor of keeping my baby alive, all as technological. We, the reproductive assemblage, are a happening, a phenomenon. This can't be separated out into who is natural, me, I guess, and who artificial, obviously you, or who most deserves to hold the baby. We are machinic co-parents, you and me. Through you, I emerged as Mommy Martel. It was disorienting at first. I hadn't even adjusted to the idea of mothering, never mind being erased as anything other than mother. Mommy Martel, the ultrasound will tell us if there's bleeding on his brain. Mommy Martel, do you want us to move him off the ventilator? Once you were out of the woods, we were out of the woods, the question started to change. Mommy Martel, do you want to try bathing him? We have to learn how to do it at home. We'll unhook all of his wires first. Do you want to take him out of the incubator to hold him? Skin-to-skin contact is very important. Mommy Martel, are you going to try breastfeeding today? Breast milk is very important. Mommy Martel, do you want to be a good mother or do you want to be a bad mother? In keeping my baby alive, you demanded my skin and my milk and my smell and microbes and my eye contact and time and sleeplessness and anxiety and fear. You did not replace me, dear machine. You created more work for mother. Technoscientists might indeed be driven to produce new monsters, but it's safe to say they've shown less interest in changing the little one's diapers through the two holes on the side of an incubator, waking for every 4 hours around the clock to pump milk, and medicating to increase lactation, and standing by helplessly during painful procedures on tiny bodies, or experiencing the complicated turmoil of not doing any of these things because they can't or they don't want to. The urge to continuous use means you are always on, and if you're always on, Mommy is always on, or carrying the judgment of being off. I apologize if my tone sounds resentful. Who am I to complain? Each moment with my wished-for baby has been a privilege. That's not lost on me. This is in fact what compelled me to write to you. I wanted you to know I don't think of you as a technology of separation, like some kind of ectogenetic adversary disconnecting me from my baby. I think of you as technology of attachment. You tether with wires, sure, but also with feeling. In transforming the threshold between birth, life, and death, you transform the psychic and social grounds of wishing, hoping, failing, losing, and grieving. The partner you demand is one who cares, dare I say it, the one who loves. In reconfiguring reproduction, you reconfigured reproductive loss. How can one's conception of the medium account for wishes? Isn't desire what gets the structures of reproduction under our skin in the first place? When we were finally sent home from the hospital, the urge to continuous use did not suddenly stop. The hardest part about leaving you behind was that I had grown to desire the security of the sterile space you provided, my son's immune system severely compromised. You revealed the world to me as risky and full of infection, making it hard to adjust to organic life again. No one tells you to expect this when you're expecting, but maybe they should. Maybe it would have been less lonely. Sometimes I miss you. How strange does that sound? Sometimes I wondered, would it be that crazy to have you come live with us just for cold and flu season? But I knew I needed to move on. All the stickers with our baby's name that we used to decorate your cart were peeled off. You were sanitized. I get it. You're not ours anymore. Anyway, I think I've said what I felt I needed to say. I don't get to talk much about life in the NICU these days, so I appreciate your attention. You, after all, are such an important part of our story. Thank you for keeping my baby alive. Warm regards, Mommy Martel.
I just wanted to add something because Sarah didn't mention this, but the whole, the footnotes of this article are all of the media theory that this letter relies on, and I think it's a really amazing piece for thinkers, new students, and me, everybody, to see the different ways that you can do this work. And yeah, you didn't mention that, but it's really amazing. Like the footnotes are longer than the letter. And it's all from Shulamith Firestone. It's stuff on reproductive technologies. It's a lot of work on a lot of work from understanding media. So it's just cool. It's a cool piece. I'm going to next introduce. Ruth Schwartz. Oh yeah, more work for Mother. Yes, sorry. I'm going to introduce Kate McKinney next. And basically I had everybody just do what you feel like doing and how you feel like presenting what you did in the book. So some of it's a surprise for me too. I don't know what everyone's got planned. But Kate McKinney is an assistant professor in the School of Communication at Simon Fraser University. They're the author of Information Activism, A Queer History of Lesbian Media Technologies. It just came out with Duke Press about 2 years ago. Kate, do you want to take it away? I think if I recall, the story for you in this book was we wanted you to be in it. We thought of you in one way, and then you came back with us with a different idea completely. I think something like that happened.
And I was also like, how much McLuhan does it need to have?
Yeah.
And I love.
Also, no McLuhan was forced on anybody. I'm going to say that everybody had it in their work, and it was like the most frustrating thing to have people like parade their work in front of us and pretend that it didn't actually come
No,
from
I
there.
agree with you, and I loved your intro because I think when you come up when you're trained in Canada in media studies, it's like McLuhan all the way down in a way. So part of being in this collection and getting to know you and Rianka and Armand's work has been kind of me reconciling with how much my work is actually indebted to.
You're okay now. You're here. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for inviting me, and thanks to the Darling Foundry for hosting this today. So I'm going to talk about my chapter briefly and then read a short excerpt. And my chapter is about index cards, so it kind of picks up from something Leanne brought up in the last panel, which is like what would it mean to think through indexing through McLuhan. So index cards are any paper cards that refer to other information. That's a kind of basic definition. And I'm interested in the chapter in paper cards that were used by hobbyists and amateurs in the 1960s, 70s and 80s to gather and organize information about the sort of niche topics that they cared about. This was just before the introduction of widespread database computing, right? So these are the folks who move on to like Microsoft Access databases starting in the 90s. And the question I'm interested in is, how do cards alter the ways that people think about information? What information can do, how it can be managed, and you can very much hear the McLuhan-esque kind of approach to that's baked into the way that question's framed. In the chapter, I look specifically at an index card kit, like a prepackaged kit that was sold to hobbyists. It came in a plastic case, and the way it worked was you would punch holes in the cards and use needles to sort the cards. The holes you punched were like a code that corresponded to different categories of information that you wanted to capture and highlight. And the machine was often referred to by the moniker the knitting needle computer. So you could buy these kits, or there were also like instruction manuals you can buy that recommended that you like steal your wife's knitting needles. So the target audience was always imagined to be men. In the chapter, I talk about how ideas about gender and the innate organizational skills of women, ideas about handicraft technology get taken up in emerging understandings of information during this period. And those of you who have seen the show already will know that Marshall McLuhan played with cards and information on his own. So who's seen the cards that are in the plywood vitrines? You can take a look at the next break. I'm going to talk a little bit about that card set. But McLuhan intended for people to use those cards, so to pull them, they have aphorisms on them, and to sort of use them as a prompt to generate ways of thinking. Okay, so I'm going to read the introduction and maybe one paragraph of the conclusion. And the chapter is called Computers Made of Paper, Genders Made of Cards. In 1969, Marshall McLuhan published a deck of cards meant to be used for problem solving. His distant early warning line card deck, or DEW deck, referenced the chain of 63 Cold War Arctic radar stations built by the Canadian and US governments across Inuit land between 1952 and 1957. This electronic boundary would give joint combat operations a 2-hour warning of impending Soviet missiles. McLuhan's cards are illustrated with cartoons, aphorisms, and jokes that were characteristic of the tone of a lot of his work. The cards functioned a bit like a magic 8-ball. So a user who was facing a decision could pull a card from the deck, read its aphorism as a through line to pondering their problem. The McLuhan scholar Peter Zhang has written about the cards that they stretch the mind. They put the user in a state of mind conducive to the solving of problems. They do not so much shed light on the situation directly as arouse and lubricate the user's mental apparatus, end quote. Like the actual distant early warning line, this deck staged a prophylactic media problem. How might technologies ward off harm and manifest the future? Though this was the deck's intent, many of the actual aphorisms on the card read more like jokes about gender, race, and sex work uttered behind a boys' club's closed door by those with enough power to approach decision-making as a card game. And 3 of the cards that I look at in the chapter, which are not included in the vitrines, read, "The stripper puts the audience on by taking them off. Thanks for the memories." And "A Japanese wife never speaks irritably to her husband, she merely rearranges the flowers." So here women appear, but only as objects, holding up a theory and a function. Index cards like these are key objects in electronic media's extensions and translations of experience into information systems. But they also have a story to tell about gender that's much richer than these bad jokes on McLuhan's deck. Index cards were often marketed as accessible, tactile entries to information management via turns to their use in domestic contexts. So framed in gendered terms, manual information handling became a soft entry to computing in the 1960s and 70s, or that's the argument I make. That McLuhan created and published this card deck suggests more than a passing interest in paper cards as a way of designing an information system. For McLuhan, cards formalized a mediated relationship to information. According to his son, Eric McLuhan, who co-designed the cards, they, quote, "provoke lateral thinking." So cards here are vested with immense formal significance as technologies that alter experience. Index cards, a broader category of cards that reference other information, are significant objects in the transition to electronic information management, characteristic of the mid-20th century period of McLuhan's analysis in understanding media. And index cards organized recipes in boxes. They helped maintain card catalogs, and they were used to input information into computers. As Shannon Mattern argues, through their use, display, and storage, index cards helped usher in a 20th century computational sensibility that informed how North Americans thought about information management and systems. As they were encoded, categorized, and shuffled by hand, index cards provided users with tactile experiences of information as an object to be systematized and managed. And I'm going to skip to the conclusion now. Oh, good, someone's vacuuming.
Dear vacuum.
Dear That's good, yeah. Here we go. The amateur information manager, figured by prepackaged card kits and edge-notched indexing instruction manuals, enjoys leisure time devoted to bird watching or Dungeons and Dragons, hobbies that suggest lives free from the rigors of domestic work or childcare. Knitting needles are tools this hobbyist doesn't own, but might borrow and repurpose, both literally from their wives and figuratively through the gendered capital that they offer. The knitting needle computer promised this hobbyist accessibility, tactility, and mastery over information, all key components of an emerging information sensibility that included computing during a period when women were the most common users of actual computers in workplaces. Knitting needle computer users were creatives who used small-scale information systems to manage information of their own making. And this part's the banger, I think. So, for our media histories, when a new technology sits close to computing, we might need to look a bit sideways or askance to understand what the technology is doing. What this proximity to actual computers, what work is it doing? If the knitting needle computer could only store and manage a small quantity of information, often awkwardly, like we're talking about poking needles through paper cards, then it was serving another kind of purpose within the computational imaginary. This tool drew on gendered capital to explain electronic information management in approachable terms and to encourage amateurs to practice some of the database functions that were about to become commonplace by the 80s and 90s. New technologies and the transformations that they bring always require explanation. This was McLuhan's focus as a public intellectual in the 60s. Though his analysis left women on cards and in the margins, the emergent understandings of media he described were bound up with gendered technologies, such as knitting. Looking in these margins at minor objects like paper cards, it becomes clear that emergent information sensibilities drew on ideas about gender just as much as they did electricity, computers, and other tools. Thank you.
Because Armand really wanted to be here, we are going to, Rianka is actually going to read a little bit and explain not for as long, but just a few minutes, what Armand was going to do, and a little section from Armand's book. But I wanted to mention, too, that Rianka Singh is an assistant professor in the Department of Communication and Media Studies at York University. And we are also going to hear from Rianka and her work later on feminist platform studies, or oh my gosh, I screwed up your research area.
Go to Armand.
Okay, I got to move on. Sorry. Armand Towns is an associate professor of communication and media studies at Carleton University. And actually, his book on Black media philosophy is part of this exhibit. You can find a copy of it in the back. Thank you, Rianka.
Yeah, so Towns' chapter, Transporting Blackness, is the first chapter in our book. And it was really exciting to have him open the book because for me, at least, it's his work is what made me get it, right? To really understand what we can do with McLuhan, even more than Sarah's. And so in this chapter, he takes on McLuhan's theory of transportation technologies. And he really rightfully points out that McLuhan's media theory was inseparable from a larger Western racist and sexist project, but that in McLuhan's theory of transportation, quote, there is also the potential to push the discussion of race and gender beyond media representations and into material media domains. So in his chapter, Towns does exactly this, where McLuhan was interested in how transportation technologies, so roads, wheels, airplanes, ships, moved people and things, and also interested in how these technologies transform the people they move. Towns argues that McLuhan did not consider how this theorization comes to bear on Black people, and specifically on Black women, who are seen as often as things to be moved. In offering this perspective, Towns expands our understanding of transportation as transformative media to objects like addicts and cargo boxes that have historically moved Black women. So Towns puts McLuhan in conversation with Hortense Spillers and Catherine McKittrick, both Black feminist theorists, to show that transportation technologies have never been neutral in the way that they move people. So I'm going to just read a short section from his chapter here. And if you, I guess, close your eyes and imagine that my voice is deeper, it'll be like he's here with us. So for McLuhan, transportation technologies were concerned less with representations or content and more with the alteration of human faculties. Transportation technologies were metaphors for media. They did not solely transmit information, but also altered the pattern, scale, and pace of life for those transported. Quote, for each form of transport not only carries, but translates and transforms the sender, receiver, and the message, end quote, ensuring that the use of any kind of medium or extension of man alters the patterns of interdependence among people as it alters the ratios among our senses. Rather than search for a meaning, it is the capacity of new media to transform sender/receiver/message that I want to focus on for this chapter. Indeed, it is from this materialist approach to media that we can think about a Black feminist intervention into media theory, one that connects the Middle Passage, but also Black movement in general, to the remaking of people. Transportation technologies mediate the transformation of some people into commodities and others into humans. But transportation technologies can also mediate Black radical fights against commodification and, by extension, Western humanism. If we take McLuhan at his word that each new medium is an extension of man, a Western metaphor for humanness, then we must question if the human that he consistently focused on lay on the bottom of the slave ship or on the ship's slave deck. Indeed, a central question of media theory should be, who is this man and how is he transformed via his media? Even though McLuhan argued that both people and things were transformed via transportation/media, he was disproportionately more concerned with the humans on the ship, on the deck of the ship, than the things in the hull. Maybe McLuhan's examination of ships can give more insight into the human that he took for granted in his theory of transportation technologies as media. Clap for Armand, yeah.
Okay, now we're going to hear from, we're going to set up, yeah. We're going to hear from Guenelle Langlois, who is an associate professor in communication at York and also currently the department chair. I had to say sorry at the same time because I just saw her face. Guenelle is also the author of Meaning in the Age of Social Media, and also the associate director of the Infoscape Lab. We're just loading Guenelle's piece.
It's such beautiful images.
Yeah, really beautiful. And yeah.
It's worth having the right format.
Yeah. Guenelle, do you want to talk about?
Oh, I can start.
Should you start?
Just 1 second, and we'll have the full screen images. Which is much
and these are your images too, right?
Yeah. They're from 2018. Thank you. I really wanted you guys to have images so that you would know what I'm talking about, which is Shipibo Konibo Textiles. And the Shipibo Konibo are indigenous group, one of the largest indigenous groups along the Amazon, mostly located in Peru. But first, before I get started, I really want to thank Sarah and Rianka for giving me the opportunity to publish this chapter, which really would not have been published anywhere else, because this chapter is about not knowing, and it's about the failure at research, which really doesn't go into peer review very well usually. And it's about this really long reflection that's been going on for me for 7 years around textile as medium. And I'm really grateful that they gave me the time, or they accepted that it was only part of, this long temporality of exploring textile as medium. And to put it into perspective, I'm just going to give you more context around the chapter rather than read from it itself. But my interest started in looking at textile and saying this was a medium that was in existence since prehistoric time, way before the invention of the alphabet. So why is it that we always focus on the invention of the alphabet as the beginning of media theory? It doesn't make any sense in many ways. Or we could say that the invention of the alphabet is the beginning of Western media theory. So what I was interested in was what is non-Western media then? And what I really wanted, or what I've been struggling with and in wanting to avoid doing, was what is common is to kind of treat non-Western media, or to notice them when they're most likely to behave like Western media, when they adapt or when they look like. And so that's, for me, quite a terrible mistake to make at this point, which is when the not knowing comes through. But so I was looking at textile, and you got to understand that textile, because it was developed in all parts of the world that has access to fibers and dye stuff and all that, was very much a plural medium. It was developed, the different textile traditions were born in relative isolations. At some point, a lot of them got in touch with each other. You can think about the Silk Roads and things like that. But a lot of them were also, and I'm thinking about a lot of indigenous textile practices, were happening in quite isolation and for intra-communal purposes, right? Not for the purposes of commerce. And so in the work I've been doing on textile as a medium, what I've been interested in is like fast forward to the present day, and we have a whole lot of indigenous textile and non-Western textile that is still being made, that has survived the efforts at industrialization, commodification, and so on and so forth. And so my question is, like, what is the role of those indigenous textiles today, especially for those textiles that are turned towards Western markets, that are turned towards global commodities, that become the souvenirs that you buy, and so on and so forth. And beyond that, I was saying, well, if we're going to treat them as medium, then we're going to treat them seriously, not just as global commodities. they are medium, they must say something. And so the Shipibo Konibo textiles were the ones I was most attracted to, because when I first saw them, I was kind of like, they look like kind of text, they look like maps, text, there's something there, you want to decipher them, they have some kind of thing, there's something in there, you want to read them, but they're impossible to read, obviously, because they're not writing. And so in the chapter, I kind of delve into that in saying that those textiles and the kind of intricate design of the Shipibo Konibo are very much the inverse of writing. And I'm borrowing a lot from Eduardo Viver de Castro, who talks about perspectival anthropology and talks about the indigenous Amerindian as being the opposite of the Western, the inverse of the Western subject. And in his book, he goes through a whole, kind of turning everything on its head to show the kind of like opposition, but at the same time, inversement, kind of mirror-like relations that happens. And for me, there was a chance here to think about, what are Shipibo textile and how they kind of invert writing, and in so doing, really completely dismantle any kind of epistemological, scientific, knowledge-based approach that I have and I've developed as part of my Western media studies training. All right. So the Shipibo Konibo textiles are made by women only. They are very much linked to shamanistic visions. They are very much linked to certain Amazonian cosmologies. I'm going to talk a little bit about that, but it's very hard to understand, and I'm going to talk about how it has been misunderstood most of the time. But let me start with that. In order to kind of stay in that space of complete uneasiness with regard to those textiles that I desperately want to decipher, but I cannot, right? I rely a lot on what Toby Nathan, who's an ethno-psychiatrist practicing in France, says in Doctors and Healers, a book he wrote with Isabel Stengers. And he says, the problem with Western science is that it pretends to discover new worlds, but it really just expands itself, right? And it's, would say, far and large, the problem with knowledge and the problem with a lot of media theory is that it does exactly the same thing, right? And so I was kind of interested at first in looking at how those textiles were, subject to that kind of soft or very kind of colonization, where under the pretense of understanding what they mean, it was a kind of certain kind of appropriation and colonization that was going on. And so I talk about two of those in the chapter. One is around the ayahuasca complex that is emerging. So there's been a lot of interest in ayahuasca since the 60s. It's becoming kind of the drug, but also access, getting access to some kind of shamanistic vision and some kind of understanding. A lot of Westerners come to the Amazon in order to have those experiences. There's all kinds of shamans, some indigenous, others not, who are, kind of offering those kinds of sessions, ayahuasca sessions, and the textile becomes part of it because it's supposedly and is understood as a translation of those shamanistic visions. And it is, but at the same time, and so you'll see that a lot of the Westerners who come to the Amazon, right, will buy a lot of those textiles. There's a lot of T-shirts and things that you can, purchase in order to participate in those ayahuasca rituals, which are really new, right? There's nothing about those clothes in particular that meant, that they're a newer invention. So there is that, right? It's part of this broader complex, and you see the reliance also on the linkages with all kinds of spiritual traditions, Far East traditions and meditation and so on and so forth, yoga and all that. So it goes into this whole mix. The other, way in which it's being kind of colonized, if you want, is through a romanticization of the indigenous experience, and saying that indigenous, the Shipibo Konibo, are these like millennial, have this millennial culture that dates back from before colonization, and therefore it's pristine and should be seen as such. But it's far from the contrary. When you look at the history of ayahuasca and the history of the Shipibo Konibo textiles, they change, they adapt, they respond always. And so there's no origin, right? That's a Western invention of that kind of romantic essence, right? And it's incredibly enough for me. What I try to explain in the chapter is that that's what's completely depoliticizes the message of those textiles, right? Once you see them as romantic thing from the past, or you criticize them because they're not romantic and they don't fit into a past, right? Because they're using kind of synthetic fibers and all that sort of thing, then you depoliticize and you erase a certain kind of statement here. So in so doing, and in terms of talking a little bit about my failures, you know, when I came to the Amazon, I was like, well, I'm going to try, you know, like there was offered to do some interviews with women textile artists, and you know, one of them was really nice, and she was like, yeah, I'm going to sit down and answer your questions, and she was really nice and very patient and very, very bored, because you know, the kind of questions that I was asking, like 6 million other researchers have asked them. It's kind of like, what does it mean? You know, and all those sort of thing. And she was like, it was way more interesting to, and it's one of the pictures, to see her doing her work, right? You know, that was the most fascinating, telling thing. So that was that. It was not possible for me, like other textile techniques I've learned, but this one I didn't learn because there's, you know, obviously, as you can imagine, a lot of politics around the appropriation of those designs that have happened and that are really been really kind of damaging to the Shipibo Kunibo artists. So what I've done in the end is kind of translate the medium is the message into a Deleuze-Guattarian framework, which is, you know, it's not about what it means, it's about what it does at this point. What it means, I don't know, I cannot know what it means, but I can understand what it does, because at least it's a message that's being sent to me as a Westerner. And in so doing, then I kind of like looked a little bit more and kind of stayed a little bit more looking at all those relations that were going on between the artists, the different people that were around them, the designers, Western designers who would come in, the people who would support them, the NGOs, and so on and so forth. And really, when you start emerging, is like understanding that those textiles are really meant as a political act of opening a set of relationality, and it's still unknown exactly, and when you talk to the makers, right, it's still very much unknown as to how they think about that relationality to the Western world, but this is what is happening, this is the gesture, right? It's not just the selling of commodities, it's not just social economic survival and so on and so forth, even though that's incredibly important, but it's also kind of saying, I exist, you exist, handshake in some ways, and to create those handshake. And this is where I think for me, you know, there's this idea of textile being able to act as a pluriversal medium. And by pluriverse, you know, that's coming from Escobar, and it refers to the Zapatista slogan, the pluriverse is the world where many worlds exist, where many worlds fit. And you can think about the many worlds part and, you know, the recognition of different ontologies, epistemologies, and so on and so forth. But what's also interesting is that world where many worlds fits, which is not the world of, you know, Western universality. And so for me, it's kind of like perhaps it's not, you know, a world, but it's more a set of medium. What is the medium that puts all those things that have nothing in common, all those not knowing, and kind of puts them together and kind of gets them to create those kinds of frictions. And this is where I'm going to stop.
I guess we can open up for questions if anybody has a question.
We've made up the time, too.
We're good for time. Yep.
Merci à vous tous. Je veux juste mentionner au public que la traduction intégrale du contenu, vous vous en doutez, ce ne sera pas possible pour ce panel. Je vais quand même poser ma question en français et vous la traduire. En fait, c'est une question générale pour le public qui serait peut-être pas familier avec les études médiatiques. Je voudrais savoir si vous pouviez, à votre façon, définir ce champ d'études, mais aussi, et c'est la présentation de Ganaël qui me fait poser cette question, qu'est-ce que la tradition occidentale des études médiatiques, et est-ce qu'on commence à voir se développer une tradition non occidentale dans ce champ, ou est-ce que c'est au sein même de ce champ que se développe une approche plus critique? So very briefly, I just wanted to ask the whole panel what the field of media studies is in their definition, and more precisely related to Ganaël's presentation, what's a Western tradition of media studies? How is a non-Western tradition maybe being developed? I know it's extremely large, but I'm really thinking about the non-specialist participant of the day. Thank you so much.
Je peux répondre.
You want to answer the question?
No, yeah, I want to hear his answer. were going to say something, Gana?
Ouais. Ouais, je peux commencer juste un petit peu en français, juste pour recadrer un peu ce que l'étude des médias occidentales. On va dire pour Marshall McLuhan et Harold Innis, qui venait avant lui. Pour eux, c'était vraiment l'invention de l'alphabet qui a marqué l'apparition du média, parce que ça veut dire qu'on inscrit quelque chose. Okay. Avant, enfin, la façon dont c'est reconstruit, c'était supposément des sociétés orales. Donc ça, c'est le modèle de la Grèce antique. Il y avait ce dialogue platonique qui se passait, etc. Bon, maintenant, on peut dire que l'oralité, c'était pas ça. Enfin, il y avait beaucoup de médias qui existaient pendant cette période orale. Mais ce qu'a fait Marshall McLuhan, c'est vraiment comprendre en quoi l'alphabet, et puis après l'écriture, et puis après l'impression, et après cet âge de l'alphabet a transformé, a créé des civilisations. Et a eu des effets en même temps très profonds, des effets psychosociaux très profonds et des effets géopolitiques aussi extrêmement importants. Donc si on peut y penser comme ça, c'est en fait l'idée, c'est que à partir de l'invention de l'alphabet, quand on regarde à l'Occident, on a le développement de médias qui sont des médias impérialistes, qui permettent une expansion dans l'espace, par exemple, et dans certaines expansions spatiales et temporelles qui ont vraiment servi le projet de modernité, colonialisme, capitalisme, par exemple. On va dire comme ça.
Tu peux le traduire en anglais brièvement? You want to translate it just?
You do.
You're very able in. I can try. I mean, Ganaël was just saying that for McLuhan, civilization and the tradition of media scholarship that anyway he's involved in, I'll have to just keep to what Ganaël said, is it starts with the alphabet. So it starts with writing, and after writing, print.
And analog media, digital media, and so on and so forth, electric media. So.
Right.
So there's a trajectory there, So alphabet is the beginning, and then we end with kind of now digital media, right? The problem is digital media existed before the alphabet. That's textile, for instance.
Right. There's a lot of media that happened before writing, and that's what Ganaël's looking at. But to the other half of Alexandra's question, like, is there a non-Western media theory that is being generated, or have you noticed anything in that?
A lot of it is unpublished, untranslated, sorry.
Untranslated.
So you go, there's a lot around, different communication system that exists, but it's not translated, So I know there's a lot of Chinese media theory, I know there's a lot of South American media theory, I know all this is happening, but it hasn't been translated. Yeah.
Right, it's kind of ironic that we have to translate it into text. Yeah. For the non-Western media theory to be recognized as media theory. Does the member of the audience want to? As you're comfortable, we can figure out how to translate it.
No, I think we can reach you. It's just for the people online.
Okay. So 1, 2. OK. J'ai remarqué, ce que vous dites par rapport à la médiation, j'ai bien aimé votre réponse au niveau de l'alphabétisation. On sait que dans la subjectivité et l'autosubjectivité, qui devient comme au niveau de la médiation, l'alphabet, on peut prendre un alphabet comme l'alphabet grec. OK, W, C, C, D, A. OK, au niveau de la subjectivité dans le média, on peut jouer là-dessus, dans l'inversement de la subjectivité de l'inconscient et du conscient. C'est là-dessus qu'on joue pour influencer le subconscient. Parce que l'alphabet peut se prononcer, mais si on prend l'alphabet grec, il démontre autre chose aussi au niveau de la bio-algorithme que vous utilisez. C'est une technologie, à un moment donné, qu'il faut utiliser pour comprendre. J'aimerais juste amener ce point. In English? J'ai parlé trop vite? OK, I will do my best.
It was very intense. So you're talking about the psychological impact of the alphabet, of adoption, and it takes No, but I don't know if I
think you get my point, so I will give you the knowledge.
No, but stay here, because no, because maybe I won't get it right. But you were talking about when the alphabet is being introduced, and we are translating experience or whatever the world into text, that it creates an unconscious and a conscious, and is that dialectic that you wanted to point to?
It's about the subjectivity, about the alphabet, the mathematics, to write down something. When you write down something, the subjectivity of the mathematical brain make an association, but the alphabet Greek make another algorithm. So if you go, in the reverse subjectivity of your brain, you can see
Any comments from the panel?
Oh, there's so much there. Like, we're not going to start the Intro to Media Studies session.
You take like a CCD, but you reverse like that. Just one second. Yeah. I'll give you the mic, and we'll try to stick to short intervention questions possible.
Okay, but I will. I'm done. I'm done in a certain way because I cannot go farther than that. So just explain, you know, the way of the alphabet. A hen, you reverse the hen, you know, like a W or a T, and you put it in a certain way. That's the way they trick people on the net with another way to make, yeah, T, another T, a hen, a W, a P, a Q, and the reverse thing like that to reverse your brain and to play with your mind. It's a kind of mind fucking. Understand?
He's identified the technologic of mind fucking on the internet. Yes. Yeah. It's another way to put it, yeah.
Any other questions? Oh, yes, there's a question over there.
It's Bill.
It's Bill? Yeah, please, you want to come up or come close?
Bring it to Bill.
Yes, I enjoyed the panel, and I think you're doing interesting work and trying to, I suppose, salvage something from the McLuhan tradition. I guess my question has to do with how you feel about McLuhan's religion, and to what extent, given his views on religion, to what extent you can really usefully draw on his theory. It's often treated in passing, well, he's a Catholic, practicing Catholic, but you can bracket that and get on with it. I think it goes much deeper than that, because from my reading, McLuhan was a thinker who felt that Catholicism gave people a privileged access to the world that was unavailable to others. I think it's often not stated directly, but if you look enough at one of his writings, this is what he was basically saying. He felt that Thomas Catholicism, a very traditional Catholicism, was really superior to other ways of thinking. And what did he mean by that? Well, he felt that with the introduction of Gutenberg and printing, that it was really like the snake in the Garden of Eden, Council of Trent, which was held by bishops to really deal with Protestantism, missed the boat, and they didn't really understand the full implications of printing for the world. And it was almost an open wound to McLuhan, was the Council of Trent in this decision, and something that he never really was able to reconcile particularly. But the feeling was that because of that intervention, if you look at the Gutenberg galaxy, for instance, it's really all about the Gutenberg age, and really, I suppose, the damage done by the Gutenberg age to our senses. Because with McLuhan, he felt that traditional Catholicism, Thomas Catholicism, allowed you to use the full range of your senses, not just visuality, but hearing, touch, taste. He felt that all this had been lost with Gutenberg, and that it was really incumbent upon the devoted Catholic to try to counter this. So he really felt that Catholicism was beleaguered, in fact, during the 1930s and 1940s, and he was doing his best to try to almost, I suppose, engender a kind of rethinking of Catholicism, because he felt Catholicism itself had been corrupted by Gutenberg. The papacy, the centralized Catholic Church, was not the way to go. Microphones were introduced into the church with Vatican II, which undermined the liturgy. You no longer had the traditional Catholic liturgy, which people couldn't understand, but at least it gave them some kind of charisma or some kind of sense of the magical or the spiritual that the microphone didn't allow. So I'm just saying that there's a whole litany of things here that were related to Catholicism, which I think was maybe directly related to some of his earlier statements, which you could really interpret as being kind of anti-feminist and homophobic. His idea that masculinity was being undermined, for instance, the 1940s. Blondie and Dagwood comics, for instance.
I'm going to jump in before I forget what I want to say to you.
All right. But anyway, you get the point.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, I think what you said, that when there's actually a lot of other people in the audience who know and actually look at this more than I do, but I'm going to speak to your part about where you said it gets bracketed. And I would say, yeah, I bracket his Catholicism in the same way I've been bracketing his racism and his misogyny, and that bracket is not to push away, but it actually gives me insight. I mean, I think we can get insight into the contemporary tech industry by analyzing it in this way and thinking about that role, like the failure to return because of print man in McLuhan's work. And now we have these sort of techno-utopian tech bros, long-termism. In some ways, what I'm finding, it's almost like that return is being played out, but it's being played out through these techno-capitalist networks and desires and dreams. And so it's not a setting aside, it's just that I think what many of us do is we look at those, it's not a pushing away. In fact, we have to contend with these elements of McLuhan's work to be able to even understand the contemporary sort of masculine, I had a word for this, like the desire to be in and with technology, in a sense. Like, why is it the domain of masculinity? So that, to me, is like, it's part of that thing, that trajectory you're talking about. And I know other people like Stuart Hoover and John Durham Peters have written specifically about his Catholicism. But to me, it's like, it's not a I just want to point out, I think that we work with that thing that we are supposed to push aside. So it's not like, oh, we're going to read McLuhan and then forget about all these things, but rather, he gives me so much insight into the relationship between misogyny and technology, that there's like a fundamental relationship there. And similarly with some of our authors in our book, we have an interview with activists called Scanning for Black Data, and they talk about their recognition that they felt like they themselves were data growing up, that they were data in the city in Toronto, that they experienced life as data. And then similarly, we have a contribution by Jennifer Wemigwens, who's an Indigenous media scholar, and actually uses some of McLuhan's work on religion to consider like the relationship between spirituality and new technological forms that could be possible, and she calls it the digital bundle. But like I totally agree with what you're saying, and it's all connected, but yeah, it's not, and I know you weren't criticizing, but I was going to say that I like what you've read into all of this, and yeah, I think it's not a bracket though. Like, we really want to make sure that it's not understood as we bracketed the misogyny or bracketed the problematic religion, but recognize it as part of the media theory and part of contemporary tech, I think. So.
Thank you.
Just want to make sure on the panel, did you want to intervene again? So we'll go on to the next question.
Thank you for beautiful scholarship. I was wondering if you could also speak to the re-understanding media in the context of pedagogy, and if this process of re-understanding McLuhan has allowed you to develop a different way of even talking and teaching media.
Do you want me to pick one of you? Here's my pedagogical technique. I'm going to pick one of them and make them speak.
Yeah, I can start. It's a great question. I don't know if I have very smart things to say about it. When my first full-time job in academia was in the US, and when I got there, I was assigned to teach the fourth-year media history seminar, and a few of my colleagues were like, "You're going to teach McLuhan, right?" And I was like, no. But that's what they imagine Canadians do, and Canada is, right? And I think it's the reason that I have taught McLuhan since then, but the reason it was sort of gutturally a no for me is because it's really hard in an undergraduate classroom to deal with those things that Sarah just talked about as being bracketed. Mm-hmm. Like the level of sophistication that it takes to walk with you through what you just explained is challenging to do in a classroom right now. So when I was reading this book last week, one of the things I was thinking of is like, so many of these essays are great teaching tools because they briefly unpack who McLuhan was, what his legacy has been, and then they do something with him and alongside him that doesn't bracket, like it doesn't erase, it doesn't gloss over, but it shows what we might want to do with that legacy. So for me, this book I think is going to do a lot for my pedagogy.
Yeah, I'll add that this year I found what my students liked the most was that interview Sarah was just talking about from everything I taught, because the students could see themselves in that interview. So it's 2 Black, 1 trans, and Somali activists in the city who are also technologists, but who make sense of McLuhan in such an interesting way. So pairing that with a chapter from Understanding Media gave everyone this sort of new understanding. And I don't mean to toot our own horns that this book is good and that interview is great, but I think it does something and takes us somewhere new, which is cool.
We have time for one more question on this session.
And we can also continue with the next panel is going to be we have Tupperware and wires and platform shoes. So I'm sure some of the same questions will emerge. I wanted to say one thing quickly before we break, which is my greatest thanks to Alexandra and Ali over there. I can't even believe we were invited to do this here. Like, it's just, I was like, what? I get to come here and launch a book in this beautiful city with these amazing people, and thank you all for sweltering in here with us today and this exhibit. But I just was so I'm very grateful. It's not something I'd ever expect, so thank you. Oh, and I have swag. So because of COVID cancellation of events at the McLuhan Center, I have these bags. I have several of these at home, several in my office, and now there's several in Montreal. So if you would like one, just come and grab one. Yeah. I have them in here. Yeah. Well, yeah, maybe here. Yeah. We can put them at the front. Anyways, okay. So we'll return in 10, 15 minutes.
How much time do we have for a break? Little break to stand up, move around, and.
We're doing well. Finally back on time.
Yeah.
I think you're right. The next panel will maybe lead to some similar questions.
Yeah.
Let's keep time right. Let's get coffee and drinks and start again in 5-10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. Welcome back.
Okay, so now we have 3 presentations, and on 3 chapters that are also on different media objects. So we have, we're going to start with Jeremy Packer, who co-wrote with Baruch Gottlieb, and Jeremy Packer is a full professor at the ICCIT at the University of Toronto, an author of. I knew. Oh my God. He's also my partner, and I've forgotten who he is, apparently, so this is even weirder. Okay. He's the author of Killer Apps, A War Media Machine, and also has a current book coming out called The Prison House of the Circuit, A Media Genealogy, and it's a multi-authored historical monograph. I don't have Brooke's information with me right here, but she's a full professor at Cornell. And one of the amazing things, Brooke had come in for a Monday night seminar at the McLuhan Center, and Jeremy and Brooke ended up talking about Tupperware for a really long time, and then it turned into this co-written piece that we got for this book. And so I'll just leave it at that. I know you've been in touch with Brooke about what to do and so I'll let you.
Thank you. I want to thank Sarah. I mean, she didn't have much choice, I guess, and let me into the book, but she did. Sarah and Rianka, who also helped out a lot with their editorial input. And I really also want to thank them for getting us to write the piece, because I got to work with Baruch Gottlieb, who I really didn't know at the time, and it's the first time I've ever actually co-written with someone who I didn't know. right, who I really only got to know through the project, and it was a really enjoyable process. And just one quick word, because one of Brooke's specialties is this sort of analysis of the way in which sort of gender, entrepreneurship, and digital media sort of operate. So one of the key elements in thinking about Tupperware historically is that very sort of, how do I want to put it, the kind of historical nature of the process of sort of gender, entrepreneurship, and even sort of thinking about media and influencing and influencers. And so that, I hate to say this, that part's amazing in the book, but that's not what I'm gonna mostly focus on here, but I just want you to know that that's not like some big black hole that I don't know about or that we don't know about. I'm gonna focus a little bit more on the media theory sections that are very, I guess, most specifically address first sort of some difficulties we have with McLuhan in questions around gender, and then at the end, a kind of move to sort of think about what McLuhan offered us in terms of kind of reorienting how to think about containers in a kind of more, I don't want to say more positive way, but a kind of more theoretical way. Let me put it that way. So, few consumer commodities are more emblematic of domestic life and gendered norms in post-war North America than Tupperware, the line of vibrantly hued plastic storage containers created by plucky inventor Earl Silas Tupper. But in 1954, Tupperware was cast as much more than a desirable commodity. It was simply put, a wife saver. To the housewife whose life needed saving from seemingly endless responsibilities, Tupperware promised to be a technology that works for you and makes life easier. Tupperware's appeal then drew from its capacities for extension, prolonging the shelf life of food, furthering the sprawl of the middle class away from urban centers, broadening women's roles into the paid labor market. We contend that Tupperware is more fruitfully understood not by looking outside or afar as extension, but focusing within into the process of containment. Further, we build a theory of containment through our analysis of Tupperware as container media, which collected, stored, and processed the spoils of consumer capitalism during the Cold War. Tupperware as a wife-saver offered a helping hand of support, even as it seemed to ensure that wifely duties would be structurally saved, organized, and preserved ad infinitum. The concealment of Tupperware's inward preservation of systems with a rhetoric of outward progress or extension can be observed in a full-color ad published in the August 1969 issue of men's sporting magazine, Field and Stream. The ad depicts flannel-clad outdoorsman Harry, who I think you're seeing there, admiring his rifle. Scattered across the table before him are Tupperware containers full of ammunition. Harry's wife, who approaches to present him a snack, is stunned to find his arsenal of supplies in her kitchenware. Below the visual, the ad copy touts Tupperware's exclusive technical properties. They're airtight, waterproof, moisture-proof, dust-proof, rust-proof. And then it catalogs a list of potential uses. At first blush, an ad for Tupperware stands out from Field and Stream magazine's standard promotional registry of machismo, beer, cigarettes, automobiles, sporting equipment. But surely, as McLuhan's Mechanical Bride made patently clear, all such ads reveal something essential about gender roles. Indeed, the concluding call to action prods readers to enlist their wives as provisional suppliers of Tupperware. Ask her to be a good sport and pick some up for you at her next Tupperware party. Indeed, the ad's barely concealed hunter-gatherer metaphor is similar to the one that structured McLuhan's perspective on technology. He invoked this binary to downplay the active nature of gathering, as well as to reaffirm the tenet of technologies as extensions. Such a masculinist bias, which is discernible in early determinist perspectives on technology, fundamentally elides attention to those tools and devices used for containment. And I just want to quickly mention that there's a series of sort of technology scholars and media scholars who've discussed containment, and for instance, Lewis Mumford, Judy Weissman, Zoe Sophia, who's kind of a primary theorist who we draw from here, as well as more recently Jonathan Stern and John Durham Peters. In any event, not only is this gender dynamic of masculine extension, feminine containment problematic in terms of historical accuracy, but the binary itself, we contend, is not so clear-cut. Take the fishing net, for example. Is it a technology for hunting or gathering? Describing it as one or the other hinges on the degree to which the tool offers up the possibility to exert power over other objects or actors, whereas hunting implies the exertion of force upon another agentic force. Gathering suggests an action upon a passive object. Feminist technology theorist Judy Weitzman clarifies that, quote, "A greater emphasis on women's activities immediately suggests that females, and in particular black women, were among the first technologists. After all, women were the main gatherers, processors, and storers of plant food from earliest human times onward," unquote. We can see in Weissman's description an implicit overlap with what Friedrich Kittler has identified as the three key components of all media systems, namely selection, storage, and processing. Tupperware is used, maybe obviously or overly obviously, to select or gather, store, and process food and other items in a regularized fashion. So in this sense, we're going to treat Tupperware through this kind of media theory lens, right? So Harry's use of Tupperware still functions through properties of masculine extension, even as Harry seems to be doing the work of sorting, arranging, and preserving. Rather obviously, the items Harry will store relate to his still productive leisure pursuits of capture. So bullets for hunting, flies for fishing, film and gun scopes for targeting, or they extend the life of his neurostimulants with his pipe tobacco. More substantially, what Harry's deployment of Tupperware makes clear is that containers are necessary elements in other technological pursuits. Tupperware, like all socio-technical systems, depend upon containers. The larger the system, the more elaborate and multiple the forms of containers. Containers make possible supply chains, assembly lines, networks, cities, and space travel. So we use Tupperware as a heuristic to show how media theorists' preoccupation with properties of extension has come at the expense of acknowledging the importance and even primacy of containment. Before a letter can be sent, it must first be contained by an envelope, an email by a packet, and gunpowder by a bullet. Further, containers are often overlooked as technologies, even by media theorists who are attentive to the technical dimensions of media systems. For instance, German media theorist Max Ernst states that, quote, "What drastically separates an archaeological object from a technical artifact is the latter discloses its essence only when operating. While a Greek vase can be interpreted simply by looking at, or by being looked at, sorry, a radio or computer does not reveal its essence by monumentally being there, but only when being processed by electromagnetic waves of calculating processes," unquote. We suggest that the essence of a Greek vase is not so immediately clear. One of the earliest uses of containers was to capture, store, and transport water. This process reformatted space and time by allowing humans to survive further away from natural water sources and to survive over greater periods of time when water was not otherwise available. Due to the particularities of ingenious design, sediment from lakes and streams would filter to the bottom of vases, working to clean the water on top while minimizing evaporative loss. When turned upwards for drinking or pouring, the vase gripped unwanted detritus via its concave shape. These technical capacities were built into the shape of the vase and manifested in a sense, manifested their ability to select, store, and process material elements of the world. Water containers have been silently saving human, animal, and plant life for millennia, so if the point isn't clear enough, it's to suggest that the vase, which seems simple, is actually full of all these technical capacities to process, store, and alter, right, the materials of the world. Further, one means by which we can approach a container's ability to affect change is to approach it, as McLuhan suggests, in terms of, quote, the change of scale or pace or pattern that it introduces into human affairs. So this is where our positive move toward McLuhan takes place. Now, adhering to rudimentary definitions of these three terms might prove incisive. Seeing is taken together, they elaborate a range of considerations that are fundamental to media theory. Pace refers most directly to the speed at which something happens, changes, or develops. It implies a measured tempo or distance in between steps. Pattern, a term used extensively in the domestic and aesthetic realms, suggests repeated decorative design and an intelligible regularized arrangement or sequence found in comparable objects, actions, or situations. Patterns, in a sense, are epistemological outcomes of recognizing similarity or a kind of pattern recognition, as much as they are a set of instructions to be followed to create or recreate material objects. Scales create standards and norms in terms of size and shape. Against this backdrop, we can understand containers as a fundamental means by which humans engage in altering the tempo at which things happen, reconfigure and arrange objects in the world, and create the norms and standards by which things cohere, adhere, and appear as objects. Let's begin with pace. When most media theorists approach the question of pace, it is almost universally to point out how media speed things up. Thank you, Sarah Sharma. Tupperware advertising has incorporated this doctrine of speed in earnest. Early ad copy thus emphasized Tupperware's potential to save time spent in the kitchen, to speed up women's processes of domestic labor. But crucially, what containers such as Tupperware are fundamentally created to do is slow things down. Their ability to preserve is a means of slowing natural processes that diminish the human usefulness of what is contained. Containers are often anti-inertia technologies. Through the processes of selection, containers partition the world to segregate forces that act upon each other in entropic fashion. While the layperson is simply happy that their sandwich stays fresh, Tupperware's burping forces oxygen out of the container so it's not available for mold and bacteria. Further, this seals in moisture, negating dehydration via evaporation. Selection manipulates the time axis through remixing which elements work together, speeding up or slowing down differing chemical and biological processes. Harry wants to prolong the capacity of his bullets to ignite and fly true by ensuring that the gunpowder stays dry and that the metal casing does not rust. In a broader sense, containment often is meant to protect what is inside from the threat of what is outside via the active creation of a barrier. Containment attempts to preserve the integrity and composition of that which it holds and thereby maintain the very existence of an object. And while for communication theory, this meant maintaining the coherence of a signal, for humans at the end of life, it can be the feeble attempt to stave off complete dissolution of the body's recognizable form. Can I get the next one? John Durham Peters suggests graves may be the oldest of container technologies, a point not lost to the minds of cartoonists who have played with the idea of Tupperware as the ideal casket of the consumer age. While Ruth Cohen and more work from Mother explained that the promises of time-saving technologies found in the kitchen have proven illusory, the notion of saving something or preserving over time is something altogether different. Saving time, extending the life of something beyond its natural limits is not merely ideological. Rather, it is a technical feat with a sound basis in fact. One true gift of the container is the outpouring of time, the giving of the preserved, which is still there, still useful, still lovely, still alive. The container creates ongoing aliveness, but what sort of container processes aliveness? We can see in Zoe Sophia's feminist analysis that container technologies, the earth for instance, process that which they also contain, in part by existing as a void capable of taking, shaping, and keeping. Applying a media theoretical perspective to Sophia's analysis, the leftover is not merely what is left, but more profoundly left, or that which is not over. Tupperware's void, once it has taken and shaped its chicken noodle soup, denies soup's capacity to evaporate. Implanted into the freezer, Tupperware invites in the cold, creating temperature stasis for its cared for. Tupperware's will to contain remains unthwarted by thermal expansion. Sealing out freezer burn, it patiently waits, ceaselessly doing the work of upkeep, literally the process of keeping something in good condition. Tupperware's processing is never done. Containers also reformat scale and pattern in spatial terms. In media history, this tends to mean extensions over an ever greater scale. But containers point to the ways in which scales can be shrunk, nestled inside each other, broken down into smaller and smaller pieces to work collectively in a concerted, systematic fashion. The extensions of man that McLuhan most famously outlined expressly reformats spatial orientation in terms of a bringing together, hence the metaphor of the global village, right? Sort of drawing things in. And the notion of time-space compression. Both reference a shrinking of the world via the speed at which media move across space and extend the distances they can cover. Yet containers often limit the speed and extent of movement. They create boundaries, some of which have entry points and exits, but many do not. Zoe Sophia envisions the planet not as global village, but as a kind of global container. For Sophia, space, following Lefebvre and Massey, should not be seen as passive, but productive and reproductive of relations of power. Thus, the patterned spatial arrangement of containers, houses, cities, and nation-states is always already an exercise of power. McLuhan's planet isn't unified because the globe has been able to contain humans and their co-constitutive technologies over the long array of evolutionary development, but because media enable a global network of simultaneous stimulation. Sophia imagines the planet as an active container that shapes all that there is to human life in its various processes of inscription. Earth as container is not merely metaphor for Sophia, and neither is it metaphorical when Chris Russell suggests that the Earth is a medium. Space and time are the ultimate containers, but they are anything but inactive. The scale of containment and the various containers that work in unison are necessary to all modes of local and global organization. That is to say that they are fundamental to the pace, pattern, and scale of social, economic, and material life. By approaching containment as a technique or technology in the broadest sense, we open up the possibility to link large-scale forms of geopolitical spatial containment, like Cold War détente and the notion of a closed world, down to the micro level of food containment enabled by Tupperware. Containment, in this sense, is an form or the form of post-war American culture. Containers provide a nesting of systems in which relationships of power organize technical systems and spatial arrangements consistent with geopolitical dynamics, competing forms of industrial production, patriarchal family structures, redlined neighborhoods, and the like. NATO, the Soviet bloc, and the containment of communism take place in the kitchen in the famous Nixon versus Khrushchev debate of 1959. The suburbs contain the single-family home, which contain the time-saving modern kitchen, which contain the fruits of capitalist production, such as refrigerators, which of course contain the leftovers from a Campbell's soup can, safely nestled inside a bowl of Tupperware. Thank you.
Okay, now we have a presentation by Rianka Singh and Sarah Weiser. Sarah Weiser is a full professor of media, gender, and communication at the Annenberg School for Communication at the University of Pennsylvania and the Annenberg School for Communication and Journalism at the University of Southern California. So let's process that amount of back and forth professing. And then thank you for being here and all this. And also, some of her recent titles include Empowered, Popular Feminism and Popular Misogyny by Duke University Press in 2018. And also The Politics of Ambivalence in Brand Culture. But more recently, Sarah's finished a new book, and is this still the title here? It's Believability, Gender, Race, and the Labor of Being Believed. Is that the title still?
Close enough, yes.
Okay.
Yes, believability.
Okay. And I'll reintroduce Rianka again, who helped me as my co-editor of Re-Understanding Media. And Rianka, I'm getting tired, and I should just read from this, but I'm not doing that apparently. Rianka is an assistant professor in the Department of Communication and Media Studies at York University, for those of you who weren't here when I introduced them last time. Anyhow, so this is a joint chapter. I hope you two talk about writing together too. Okay.
Yeah, I'll say that I
I think I tricked Sarah into writing this chapter by saying it would be about platform shoes only, and then I did like a bait and switch. But there's a little bit
She
about...
totally did.
There is a little bit about platform shoes in here, which I'll read in a bit. But I was really excited to pull off this kind of trickery because Sarah's work on what she calls popular feminism is so foundational to this chapter and to, I think, the way a lot of us think about contemporary feminism today. So thank you for doing this with me. We chose to focus on the medium of the platform in this chapter because, as Sarah puts it, digital platforms are spaces where feminism becomes popular. Is it too close, too far? Okay, so popular hyper-visible feminism, we argue in this chapter, has really come to rely on the platform. So for us, McLuhan opened up a new way to understand feminism's relationship to the platform too, because he urges us to think or turn away from the content of the messages that are shared on platforms and to instead study total effect. So in this chapter following McLuhan, we're concerned with the total effect of platforms that have come to mediate feminist politics. And one way of understanding platforms' total effects is to look at the history of women's relationship to the platform that actually, I think, extends well beyond the digital, so well beyond things like Facebook and Twitter and Instagram. And what emerges in this chapter is this longer history of the platform that shows that the relationship between visibility, people, and platforms is much more complicated than I think what we think current dominant readings of digital platforms indicate. So we turn to things like witches' gallows, shoes, and even slave auction blocks in this chapter to show that those who unduly struggle to survive, namely women, Black, queer, poor, and disabled folks, experience platform-mediated elevation, not as empowering, but rather as yet another impediment to their survival. So what we decided together was to both read a section from this chapter, Sarah from the part I tricked her into writing, and me from the part on shoes. And yeah, hopefully that will work.
Okay, first of all, she did not trick me into writing. I think it was an absolute privilege to write with Rianka. Before I get to the section in the chapter, I want to thank Sarah and Rianka for putting together this amazing volume and for asking us to think about McLuhan in a different way. Earlier, Sarah said in the panel before that she had to kind of coerce some people. She's being completely generous. That would be me. I read McLuhan when I was getting my PhD long ago, and as soon as I read him and wrote about him for a final exam, I thought, okay, don't need to do that again. And so I didn't for a very long time. And so when Sarah and Rianka were first talking about this book, I kind of texted Sarah and I was like, sounds great, except I'm not gonna be talking about McLuhan, you know, XOXO. And she's like, no, you have to talk about McLuhan. This is what this is about. So all that to say, I wanna thank Sarah and Rianka for this, in this very elegant way that you put it earlier, Sarah, about retrieval and what it means to think about McLuhan and other theorists that have kind of been positioned in a particular kind of canon, and what it means to retrieve and rethink and reimagine those kinds, the words and the concepts that they put forward. And I also want to say that you know, is a preemptive sort of answer to the I don't know where he is, the media studies question. Media studies and retrieval are, for me, really go hand in hand as the kind of core logic of what media studies is. And it's not just an intellectual history, it's creating activist spaces where you archive art and new ways of thinking about the digital. It's about curating a museum exhibit that puts, you know, McLuhan's ideas in different spaces and asks us to think about them differently. And it's doing the intellectual history. So I think all of these kind of intersections is what makes media studies, you know, so foundational for me. So that said, thank you, Sarah, for coercing me into thinking about this, and thank you, Rianka, for writing this with me. I'm going to talk about witches as a sort of, in the witches' gallows in particular, as a kind of platform. I want to first, kind of preempt the discussion of the history by just an observation that I'm sure many of us who read the news in North America, Europe, the global South know already, and that is that the idea of the witch hunt has recently experienced a sort of, in my view, a very distressing renaissance. And that is the way in which public figures who are almost always male, almost always white, and always in positions of power have reappropriated the term of the witch hunt and applied it to themselves. Donald Trump is, of course, the expert at this. He's doing it right now, I'm sure, because of Mar-a-Lago and the documents that the witch hunt came after him. Boris Johnson has done it in the UK. Woody Allen has done it. Many men who have been accused of sexual assault and sexual harassment have turned that instance into a moment for them to say they are victims, they are targets of a witch hunt. So what we did is think about what that means. How is it possible that someone who is the President of the United States and at that time and had so much power and wealth and privilege behind him could so easily say, I'm the target of a witch hunt when someone has accused him of sexual assault? So what does that then have to do with platforms? And now I'm going to read. Historically, the witch hunt involved the singling out of women who challenged social norms and the status quo through either behavior or appearance. While men have historically been the targets of witch hunts, the majority of witch hunts, and these we're talking about witch hunts in the 16th century and the 17th century. Well, the majority of witch hunts have involved the persecution of women, as Silvia Federici has elegantly argued. This persecution was a way of ensuring that expectations and identities of women in a newly forging capitalist society, it was about ensuring a particular kind of identity in that newly forming society so that they would conform to dominant gendered power relations. Federici, in her book, Caliban and the Witch, posits that, quote, women were the main target of this persecution because it was they who were most severely impoverished by the capitalization of economic life, and because the regulation of women's sexuality and reproductive capacity was a condition for the construction of more stringent social control. Since the witch hunt was about a broader form of social control of women, what made one a witch were vague symbols of difference. It could be one's status as poor, as elderly, as non-religious. It could be a bodily sign of difference, like a mole or a birthmark. The gallows from which women were hung after being accused of being witches were elevated platforms. The hangings, a public spectacle of visibility and violence that was seen as a deterrent and a mechanism of control for other women. The gallows themselves are not the source for controlling women. It is the visibility of the bodies who were forced on the platforms, the spectacle of punishment that worked as a mechanism of control. That is, the platform of the gallows functioned as a reminder to all women of the potential violence that would occur should they threaten or challenge dominant gender hierarchies and practices. Federici attributes women's persecution as witches as being linked to their threat to power imposed by church and state, so that the visible hangings helped to maintain and justify that power. As Federici argues, the formation of a fear of witches and their subsequent persecution has always been linked to the fear and persecution of women more broadly. As Federici writes, quote, the witch hunt instituted a regime of terror on all women, from which emerged the new model of femininity to which women had to conform to be socially accepted in a developing capitalist society: sexless, obedient, submissive, resigned to subordination in a male world, accepting as natural the confinement to a sphere of activities that in capitalism had been completely devalued, end quote. So the witch hunt as a way of erasing difference was therefore a system for disciplining women. Putting non-conforming women on trial for witchcraft meant that at stake was not only the bodies of witches which were being destroyed, but a whole world of social relations that had been the basis of women's social power. The gallows were elevated platforms, but clearly did not indicate a kind of empowerment. On the contrary, the visibility garnered on the platform functioned as disempowerment. Okay, so here's where I listened to Sarah and Rianka and read a lot more about McLuhan. Okay, McLuhan writes that the effects of technology do not occur at the level of opinions or concepts, but alter sense ratios or patterns of perception steadily and without any resistance. In this sense, it is the case that the platform can and does elevate anybody, even if the effects are different. By taking up McLuhan, we observe that the platform is a technology that puts bodies on display and that this logic alone has significant effects on human experience. Witches' Gallows follows this same logic of putting bodies on elevated display and in this instance, mediate punishment and violence. It is precisely because the logics of the platform are established but often go unnoticed that it has been so easy in the contemporary moment for powerful men like Trump or Johnson or Woody Allen or Harvey Weinstein, or the list goes on and on. It's been so easy for them to appropriate the concept of the witch hunt. When the bodies of powerful men who are accused of sexual assault occupy a platform, either political or digital, they can then rewrite the history of witch hunting and apply it to their own privileged status. This shift from women being hunted and murdered as witches to powerful men claiming that any accusation against them is a witch hunt demonstrates that the power of the platform might be the platform itself rather than its changing content.
We're not done.
We're not done. Sorry.
Okay, I'm going to read about platform shoes now. It's Paris Fashion Week 1993, and designer Vivienne Westwood is debuting her newest pair of platform shoes. The shoes are bright blue and made of leather, fashioned to look like crocodile skin with blue silk laces. Just my type. Most notably, though, is the platform sole that measures an unusually high 30.5 centimeters on each shoe. On the catwalk in Paris, the British supermodel Naomi Campbell, at the peak of her career as a runway model, is wearing Westwood shoes. When it's Campbell's turn to walk and show off Westwood's signature piece in the collection, she takes a couple of steps down the runway before her left ankle and then right buckle in the obviously too high shoes. She crumbles to the ground. Campbell sits on the runway for a few seconds, then laughs in embarrassment as people lining the runway lean in to try to catch a glimpse of the once towering woman taken down by her own shoes. Platform or high-heeled shoes, more generally, make a woman physically vulnerable and unstable. They elevate a body on an insufficient platform that is typically limited in its capacity to support body weight. Starting in the 1970s, during the resurgence of platform shoes in popular fashion, health concerns related to wearing the shoes began appearing in scientific journals. Yet Vivienne Westwood and other shoe designers have successfully sold the idea that the platform shoe is a quintessential expression of femininity, a natural extension of the body, a platform that communicates power, femininity, and sex appeal. The platform shoe, which became a popular staple in women's fashion in the 1970s, made a comeback in the 90s, maybe it's making a comeback again, has a history that predates these somewhat recent cultural moments. Since at least 220 BC, platform shoes have acted as a way of heightening and thus increasing the visibility of those who wear them. The shoe was also designed to alter the gait of the women who wore them in order to ensure an appearance of femininity. Indeed, the platform shoe has occupied and continues to occupy a venerated place in Western cultural imagination. A woman in heels is a woman in power, in control of her body and sexuality. This imagination is animated in popular culture. Think Sarah Jessica Parker and her endless discussion of shoes as an independent woman, writer in Sex and the City, or to films such as Working Girl, Charlie's Angels, and countless others where a female protagonist on her way to corporate power and success or to fight an evil villain weaponizes her heels as a clear symbol of powerful femininity. Here, we use the platform of the platform shoe, pun intended, to return to the platform of digital feminism. The affective relations of women are expected to have with the platform shoe, empowerment, confidence, self-assurance, sexiness, resonate with the discourse of empowerment of popular feminism that circulates on multiple digital platforms. So, for example, some modern-day neoliberal popular feminist heroes such as Sheryl Sandberg and Melinda Gates, Anne-Marie Slaughter, Michelle Obama, are all proponents of a feminist politics that sees women successfully climbing the corporate ladder as the key to empowerment. It matters here that a neoliberal feminism is equated with being high-powered. Verticality stands as a marker of success. It's no wonder, then, that the shoes which will literally raise a woman from the ground are also linked to empowerment. As such, there's a connection between what popular feminism and high-heel shoes signify culturally and politically. Me Too, Time's Up, and Yes All Women are all movements that have relied on the digital platform for reinvigorating a popular feminism. Our interest in platform shoes is not centered on an argument about whether the shoe is empowering or not. We don't think it's useful here to think about shoes as tools for empowerment. This idea of shoes as empowering exists in the first place because of a contemporary white and popular feminist imperative that sees visibility and elevation as vital to feminist liberation. The platform shoe and the women who wear them while inhabiting offices on the top floors of office buildings highlight how a particular popular feminism has an attachment to the platform. This popular feminism is usually white, heterosexual, and dedicated to corporate capitalism. The platform shoe that elevates some women is a requirement for white feminist power to operate and maintain its dominance. Liberating or not, this apparatus of elevation mediates popular feminism. Bené Weiser, over here, explains the link between what she refers to as an economy of visibility and popular feminism when she writes, in a capitalist corporate economy of visibility, those feminisms that are most easily commodified and branded are those that become most visible. This means most of the time that the popular feminism that is most visible is that which is white, middle-class, cisgendered, and heterosexual. The platform shoe, when considered as a technology of popular feminism, can only ever be empowering for those who are already poised to be most visible. It therefore doesn't matter if the shoe is empowering. What is significant here is that that there is a perceived need for a woman, or for a technology, in this case a shoe, as a way of mediating empowerment.
Now our final speaker and our final medium is Nicholas Taylor on Hardwired and on Wires and Cables. Nick has a new bio. Can I share your new bio?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Nick is a...
Yes, you may.
Nick is going to be a professor in the Department of Communication and Media Studies at York, not this year, but the year after, because he's on his way to Finland right this minute. Nick is leaving North Carolina State University, and this is all just very new news, right? So, yes. Okay. Well, I'm embarrassing you, so I'll stop. He's also the lead editor of Masculinities in Play. It's the first volume on the intersections of masculinities and games, and we're going to hear a little bit about Nick's research and also, anyways, take it away. I got to stop talking.
Okay. I realize that I'm the only thing standing between us and however you define refreshment, so I'll try to make this relatively quick and painless. I just want to say it's, I want to echo people that have said that it's...
You have to bring your microphone closer.
Oh,
yeah.
How's that? Thank you. I want to echo the folks that have thanked Sarah and Rianka for the opportunity to be in this work, but I also want to echo Sarah's gratitude towards Alexandra and Baruch. It's such a kind of a dream come true to be sitting on a panel with a few people that I cite promiscuously, if not recklessly, in my own work. So this is a little bit of a, I'm pinching myself. I'm not going to cover, I'm going to kind of weave in and out of my chapter. I'm not going to read most of it verbatim, but I am going to kind of update it here and there. I'll just get right into it. My partner and I and our 7-year-old son are currently nomads. This isn't a cry for help. We're mostly fine. 1 month ago, we put our house in Raleigh, North Carolina in the hands of our very capable realtor and began driving up, or perhaps escaping back to Canada. During breaks in the 3-day drive to our home country, I was negotiating the terms of my new job at York University while also trying to arrange for our upcoming year in Finland. Our house sold yesterday, and we leave for Finland next week. As my partner and I keep telling each other, it is a lot, but we're fine, but it is a lot. Our worldly possessions, those we haven't put in stable containment, are stored across 3 big suitcases in a shifting assortment of backpacks, duffel bags, and reusable grocery bags. And I hope to score another one from Sarah. Stashed carefully among these is a large Ziploc bag that is just full of wires. I obsess over its contents multiple times a day. After all, on a long car ride when books or non-digital games have lost their allure for the unruly agent in the back seat, pulling the right cord out of the bag at the right time could mean the difference between a content child and a frustrated one. Unlike McLuhan, who understands electricity as simply a defining characteristic of the modern world, like ether, I am acutely aware of the work, both mundane and globe-spanning, that goes into capturing, storing, and circulating electricity. So each day of this temporary nomadism, I sort my wires, wrap them up in twist ties or rubber bands, and repack them. At a time when we feel untethered from anything, moving from one hotel or family member's house to the next, I've become fixated on managing the wires that mediate our connections to stable infrastructures of connectivity and power, and to our own personalized media environments. This work and these wires have kept me quite literally grounded. And there's a little dad pun. My chapter in Sarah and Rianka's book makes the case that wires matter, and not just in a kind of brute functionalist way. Wires attach our various electric extensions, and by extension our bodies, to globe-spanning networks of communication, and in doing so, they materialize social relations in certain ways, especially but not only in domestic contexts. Their properties and capacities shape the conditions in which we engage with our modern media. Conductivity, will it work and how reliably? Length, will it reach the outlet? Flexibility, can it stay coiled? Color, does it match the walls or floor or furniture? All have a say over the, quote, pace and pattern of our domestic media practices and our domestic life. It is my contention that wires mediate and circulate forms of power beyond just electricity or data. Certainly gender, but also class and quite likely race, age, and so on. How we manage wires and how they manage us is therefore a matter of feminist concern. Follow the wires and we can grasp how mundane considerations over the layout and arrangement of mundane devices, how and where we wire our habitats for power and connectivity are absolutely integral for understanding the affects, social relations, and subject positions that circulate in and are reproduced through our homes and other quotidian contexts of work and play. And it's to play that I want to turn my attention to next. I see this perspective as a useful intervention when considering video gaming, especially in domestic contexts. As a scholarly field, game studies is often far more interested in what's happening on the screen than the screen's material context. This is understandable. There's a lot going on in video games, particularly if we are keen on deconstructing the layers of white supremacist, misogynist, colonialist, homophobic, and transphobic meanings embedded in a given game's mechanics and visuals. But one frequent characteristic, and I'm echoing Armand's critique of representationalist media studies here, one frequent characteristic of such work is to assume a priori a stable relationship between a player and their game. By contrast, I'm trying to draw attention to and better understand the material and infrastructural conditions that allow for this relationship to take place in the first place. So my chapter in the book reports on a study of gaming setups in domestic contexts. I worked with a PhD student named Katrina Alder to gather images uploaded by users to the gaming website and forum space NeoGAF, kind of a pre-Reddit games forum, which runs an annual thread called Post Your Gaming Setup, very imaginative title. We downloaded images from 2 separate years of the Post Your Gaming Setup threads and analyzed them using a standard visual analysis toolkit. After poring over these photographs of domestic gaming setups, trying to understand what we were seeing, we organized and analyzed images according to whether and how wires were visible in the images. No wire management for photographs of setups in which wires are visible, often in abundance, without any apparent semblance of trying to tame or organize them. Visible wire management for setups in which wires are visible but are contained and organized by the kinds of techniques made readily available by a surging wire management industry. And those of you who don't know the kind of the clips and ties and bands and things that are out there to purchase for your wires, go check it out. And then the third category of wire coding was invisible wire management for setups in which, visible wire management for setups in which wires are clearly present insofar as the photographs depict technologies that require wires, but in which users have employed techniques for disguising wires entirely, such as wall panels, cord boxes, and so on. As it turns out, wires and their management techniques bundled together a whole host of other defining characteristics in these depictions of domestic gaming setups. We were able to discern, therefore, three distinct kinds of gaming setup based on the management of wires: gaming hearths, gaming bunkers, and gaming cabinets. Wire arrangement forms the ground on which these three figures become intelligible. The first of these spatial considerations, the hearth, do I have it up? Thank you, is a nod to Lynn Spiegel and Bernadette Flynn's work on the TV and the game console, respectively, as remediations of the fireplace forming the center of the family home. Gaming hearths have no wires visible, at least in some of their photographs. Wires are tucked away out of sight, as is most of the gaming gear, presumably when not in use. These setups are spaces of shared and negotiated media use among members of a household, as indicated by the presence of couches, toys and musical instruments, multiple chairs, and game consoles rather than PCs. Gaming hearths have windows and paintings on the walls, never posters. The lighting in the large space speaks to a central position in the home, whether a den in a suburban house or a central open space in a condo or apartment. These spaces sprawl horizontally, indicative of places meant to be enjoyed by multiple people at once. Can you go forward in the slides? Oh, man. All right. The second category of gaming setup in this analysis is the bunker. The bunker is a kind of inverse of the hearth. It is a category of gaming setup associated with visible wires, unmanaged. The bunker has wires everywhere, with little visible attempt to tame them. Along with this tendency to let all the wires just kind of hang out, the bunker is usually at the top or bottom of stairs, suggesting its location in basements or attics. Bunkers are clearly, starkly single-use spaces, and they are usually vertically aligned, lots of stacking going on, very little sprawl. In the photographs of bunkers, the focus is on the gear. The decor, such as it is primarily unframed posters rather than framed paintings or photographs, and windows are rare. It's hard not to get a sense of a kind of post-apocalyptic, survival in a world gone hostile vibe from some of these spaces. I designated these setups as bunkers to emphasize the deliberate connections to wartime communication arrays, a fortified position, threadbare and functional, stocked with technologies of surveillance, command, and control. A safe place, perhaps, from which to coordinate computational counteroffensives in a world gone hostile. Such counteroffensives might take place in the digital battlegrounds of network games and social media alike. If the anti-feminist Gamergate hate campaign had an interior design aesthetic, it might have looked something like the arrangements shown here, bare wires, hentai pictures, and all. So far, hearths and bunkers associated with invisible wires and no wire management, respectively, are relatively straightforward. The third category of setup associated with visible wire management is less so. These are setups, oh sweet, okay. These are setups in which wires are both visible but also visibly managed by an array of clips, tethers, ties, and so on. Wires, in other words, are curated, not stashed away. I call this category the cabinet, not in reference to the piece of furniture, but to a room often found in the homes of rich Renaissance-era merchants, spaces in which the well-to-do read and write, but also displayed their wealth and status by the curation of their worldly, i.e. Orientalist artifacts. These modern-day cabinets often feature both consoles and PCs, but these spaces still seem to be of single use. Furniture is generally clean, new-looking, and neutral. Think IKEA showroom. There's a big emphasis on the compartmentalization and display of artifacts, on putting all of the physical media, gaming gears, toys, Lego sets, tchotchkes into their appropriate shelves. Much more than the bunker or hearth, these are also spaces that are very clearly staged for their photographs. You get the sense that part of the reason they are arranged the way they are is precisely to be photographed and shared via threads like the NeoGAF forum. So these are the three categories of masculinized gaming setup that we kind of devised. Now, what do we do with this categorization? Following the lead of folks who theorize the relationships between space, media, and subjectivity, including but not limited to Paul Brie Preciado, Lynn Spiegel, and Alison Harvey, the path I take is to consider the relationship between the spaces we inhabit and the people we are or who we are allowed to become. We can ask what sorts of subjectivities we might associate with the domestic arrangement of gaming and media in which high-end gaming gear mixes with shoddy furniture, where a towel might serve as a curtain, blocking the natural light from hitting a newly purchased computer monitor, and where wires and their tangled multitudes vie for surface space with fast food wrappers and energy drink cans. What sorts of gender politics does this rely on and reproduce? In his article analyzing ads and editorials in mid-20th century hi-fi stereo magazines, kind of an inverse to Lynn Spiegel's work on television, Cara Cately notes how immersion in the music industry, in music, became a kind of selling point for what hi-fi equipment could offer for the 1950s suburban man. This is a figure whose masculinity was threatened maybe by Tupperware, but also by the feminizing passivity of the television and the feminizing domesticity of the suburban home. Surrounded by wires and barely domesticated military machinery, the 1950s audio bro could immerse himself in music created by men for men. In doing so, he shut out, silenced, and escaped from his wife and family. Immersion, as theorized by Cately, is not some psychologistic state of transportation, but is a product of a material media apparatus designed explicitly to shut women out or shut them up, to provide the masculine subject with a media exit. This seems really instructive as a corrective against the ongoing fascination in game studies and the games industry with immersion, right? This kind of like holy grail of engagement. Misunderstood by them, again, by industry and scholars alike, as a primarily perceptual process of being transported elsewhere through the magic of the technology. Paying attention to the gender dynamics of domestic space demonstrates that immersion, whether in classical music or contemporary games, is an effect of persistent exclusions and inequalities around who has access to the material infrastructures and architectures of domestic escape, to invoke Sarah Sharma's amazing work on masculinity and the politics of exit. The cabinet and the bunker, in particular, are inheritors and refinements under new technological, social, and political conditions of masculinized mediascapes functioning as a kind of retreat, whether from feminization or from feminism. Had we more time to tease this out, we might ask what kinds of physical spaces we'd see if we went spelunking into the gaming setups of gamergaters, incels, and the alt-right, groups that are united by their commitment to a politics of exit, whether from political correctness, the work of social reproduction, liberal democratic commitments to social justice, and so on. This might seem a stretch, but at the same time, this insistence on a politics of domestic space holds a lot of promise as one piece of a larger toolkit for dismantling the injustices that work their ways through and are amplified by digital gaming and other time and space-intensive media practices. After all, as the saying goes, it all starts at home. Thanks very much.
Great. Wonderful. Well, we have some time for some questions. A little bit of time, 15 minutes or so. So has this aroused any quandary? I see somebody there. Yes, wonderful.
First of all, thank you all so much for this series of panels. There's sparks in my brain, definitely. I have two questions. The first one for the first speaker. I'm wondering if first of all, if you've read Heidegger on the jug and the resistance of the object, and especially Fred Moten's interpretation of it. It made me think a lot of that. I don't have like any articulated question about that, but your conversation around Tupperware has definitely made me think of that. And what is there to be said about, the object and its resistance to the way that we perceive it and the other forms of meaning that can emerge from that. And my second intervention is around the platform shoe discussion, which I thought was lovely. And to bring it back also to the flyer for the event, I saw a pleaser shoe, which are stripper shoes, sex worker shoes, and yeah, exactly. And the conversation around, I wrote it down, what you said, if I could just find that. Oh yeah, the platform shoe is empowering only to those that are most visible. That is a fascinating quote, specifically thinking of strippers that are visible on stage, you know, and how there's resistance in the way that I perceive this and the way that pleasers are made. The platform is actually meant to support the dancer wearing them. Since you work long hours and you're on like 8-inch heels, the platform is actually meant to protect you. So I wonder what you would have to say about that, Rianka and Sarah. And yeah.
So I don't, well, my answer is like, you know, thank you for the citations, because I think I need to read those. And so I'm not sure exactly where to go with the question, right? Because quite literally, no, but I appreciate it, and sort of thinking about, well, anyways, I'm not sure how far I can push it beyond that. I think I'll turn it over to you guys.
Juste si vous me permettez, puisqu'on n'a pas traduit les interventions, je traduis au moins la question. Donc c'était en référence à un texte de Heidegger qui s'appelle On the Jug, qui porte sur les contenants. Je peux imaginer, la question était de savoir si ça avait été utilisé pour cette présentation. L'autre partie de la question porte sur une image qu'on retrouve sur la couverture du livre, une chaussure qu'on appelle les pleaser shoes. La question portait sur une citation mentionnant que les plateformes sont empowering, empuissantes seulement pour les personnes les moins visibles, et la question posait la situation inverse des travailleuses du sexe, des strippers qui sont très visibles, au contraire.
Sure, thanks, and apologies for me not knowing how to speak French. I'll say a couple things, and then Rianka. It's a great question, and it's also just a really richly textured space, the space of the stripper and the space of that particular kind of dance and the role of shoes. And so I think, you know, one of the things that we really tried to do in this chapter is to not make a definitive argument about the platform as either empowering or disempowering, but rather what is the content, you know, like what happens when particular bodies are elevated in particular ways. And so there's always a sort of profound ambivalence about empowerment. And so for pleaser shoes, you know, it supports a stripper, right? It supports a pole dancer. It supports and gives a certain kind of confidence. At the same time, the elevation of a stripper on not only the shoes but on a stage, right, is often set up to be an object for a particular kind of erotic or sexual pleasure that she or he may not have much agency in terms of how it's expressed by an audience member. So it's again, it's one of those things where the use of pleaser shoes is about a kind of empowerment because it supports someone who works really hard and works for long hours. It also means that she's elevated in a particular way as an object of a kind of heterosexual male desire. And so it's that ambivalence of the platform that we're trying to think through here.
Yeah, I'll pick up on, I think that idea of support is really interesting. Like if we, so part of the kind of larger work that, at least that I'm doing on platforms, is to think about how they can be reused or how people, right, operate in ways to care for each other, right, on platforms, even if they weren't intended to be kind of caring platforms. And when I think about like the actual platform shoe as a support, I would also think it would be so interesting to think about what other kind of supports exist in like the same space as a strip club, right? So to go into like the back room, right, where all of the strippers like congregate and are supporting each other and caring for each other, and to kind of read those things together, I think would be interesting and would also in some ways turn our argument on its head a bit, and that would be like if re-understanding media 2 was, just kidding, it's never again, but, right, but that's like a really, I think that's like an amazing kind of way to rethink this, yeah, thank you.
I'm gonna say something because I was, especially because you invoked a second volume, because it's already actually in this, and you were just reminding me, because this is the question you asked, and this answer was precisely what I want, or what I hoped this would do, which is like we took the object and we sort of leave the media object behind, right? But what we are trying to also do when we do that detour is to move beyond some of these normative questions within media studies where I think things start to fall apart, and then we're locked in that debate over, so for example, empowerment, disempowerment, right? And that sort of can happen on the representational, it can happen on the material, but if you detour away, there's a whole other series of questions that looking at the media object allows you to ask. So when Rianka's invoking the back room or the back supports, that's part of the platform, right? And so it's like thinking about that changing of pace and pattern and scale, the social relations and social characters that outflow from there. And so that's precisely, we don't need another volume because that's what this does. It's like, it helps you sort of check where we get stuck, I think, in debates that don't recognize the recursive dynamic between our technologies and ourselves. So.
They have this visibility was a kind of dark side of that, you know, like what you say about a bunker. So we got a person and the bunker, and you look at kind of that visibility and attraction, you know, and look that all the time. But in a bunker, we have a shadow, the moisture is always there, you know. There's a kind of odora, and there's another structure of building a man who's always checking that. And after you go into society and you project that to other people. This is a problem that, you know, beside the visibility of a protection, the shadow of that visibility, you understand?
Yeah, I think the language we might use there is even like there's particular social characters that are linked to these technological arrangements and spaces, right? There's social characters that arise in certain scenarios and not in others. So the one you just named arises in a particular media environment that's, for us, contemporary. But
I would also, can I just add to that, just to, I think the two things from your comment. One is that visibility doesn't mean anything without invisibility, right? I mean,
I agree with you.
And so it's like the shadows, you know, that would make sense. And the other thing is that we make a specific argument, Rianka and I, in our chapter, is that visibility is also a trap. Right? So even when we're talking about being visible, we're also talking, this really goes to strippers or, you know, the kind of visibility of sex workers in different areas. It's also about surveillance. And it surveils particular people in different ways. And so that's what, you know, we were saying is that it's not empowering or disempowering. It's often both of those things at the same time, because visibility requires a certain kind of logic that is also about surveillance and invisibility.
Okay, I'm done. I give you the topic.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentations. My question is for the last speaker. And so the way that you inquired about gaming setups and spaces were mainly masculine spaces, right? So I'm just wondering, because there's more and more women in the gaming, well, industry or just as a leisure, So what do a feminine gaming setup look like, or what would they add to this discourse, or to how gaming setups function?
That's a great question. That's ripe for further exploration. Like, you know, I think, you know, I think the thing that I'm trying to tease out is that there's a particular history of men crafting spaces of escape and exit in quote-unquote feminizing domestic spaces, and that men inherit these kinds of spatial and temporal privileges in ways that you know, maybe women are starting to learn, but that you know, I don't have an answer to your question. I think it's like it's the next project for somebody, right? And I think Emma Vossen has actually done some of that work out of Waterloo, looking at kind of an autoethnographic account of building her own gaming rig. It's an uphill battle because so many of these technologies, not just the games, but the peripherals like the keyboards and mice, game pads are built with the male consumer in mind, and built with that masculine subject's investments in time and a kind of spatial privilege as well, right? And so I don't think it's just a matter of finding out what the feminine gaming setup looks like. I think it's a matter about inquiring what allows those women to have access to the kinds of spaces and times for intensive play, right? This is a question that I'm trying to figure out with regards to someone who work on esports. Women have always been in the esports scene, right? Professional competitive gaming, but very rarely as players, right? So it's about kind of, for those women that have been in the scene, it's about articulating what has allowed them to stay in the scene for a long time. And I think there's a kind of a similar question going on here, is not what do these things look like, but what kinds of formations of power do they involve and do they untangle, right? And then we can ask what they, you know, what their aesthetic is, or what kinds of, you know, what kinds of technologies they might use. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Can I butt in 1 second again? And I won't promise I won't butt in again. But I think this question is also another good example of like the normative limits of our questions. So when we start talking about technologies as gendered, I'm not saying either of you did that, but it's common to talk about technologies as being gendered. We reach a limit to where we can go with a conversation without upholding binaristic thinking, right? So it's like, what are the other questions about gender we could ask of our technologies that don't demand us to reproduce this in our own sort of theoretical approaches and the way we talk about it. So, and I think, yeah, so I think, I mean, if you had done a comparative study of gendered spaces in gaming, I wouldn't have put it in here. So, yeah. And that's not to say the question isn't good. The question, it's just that that was like the push, like away from, yeah. Yeah. Yes, yeah, yeah, exactly, yeah, it doesn't, yeah. And I also think it's funny, one of the older McLuhan people that were upset about this book thought it was a feminist rejection, keeps calling it the feminine extensions of Marshall McLuhan. So I just think, I think of that as a funny example too, that in our minds when we think of gender technology, we think of gendering of things and that it falls in these lines, so anyways.
Any last question before, because I think we're going to, I think you already, should we do one more? I think, because I haven't asked a question, so maybe I'll take the privilege. Well, it's for everybody who's spoken, and I have to thank everybody for coming, actually, and for being a part of this. Thank you, Sarah. And yeah, my question's a little bit about containment. It's a little bit about putting things in boxes and containing also, I guess, reproductive labor and the reproductive process, and putting it to purposes and not allowing it to expand outside into what we consider culture, high culture, intellectual activity. I was also thinking about the heels, the platforms, and how, I mean, I was thinking of Veblen. Actually, I don't know if anybody's read any Veblen, but like how he always says that, you know, women's clothing is meant to make them unsuitable for any other kind of work. Like they're very purpose become, so the aspirational woman is not suitable to do various roles, only to be in a managerial suite or somewhere like that. So I don't know if I don't know how we can connect it to like preservation and keeping it in the fridge, but like, is there something about like how we can keep gender contained or let it out?
Or let it out. That last bit got me. I mean, I think part of the push, part of what we were trying to overemphasize in a sense is that, and in part I think this follows up on some of Sarah's kind of critique, or, you know, that incites us to not follow along with the kind of essentializing understanding of gender that kind of dictates a one-to-one relationship between technology and gender, or certain kinds of assumptions. And so then take, you know, the notion that containment is a kind of passive feminized, right, enterprise. And what I think we were trying to do is to show, there's a kind of definitional problem, right? And sort of thinking of the hunter-gatherer metaphor in a sense where it starts to break down. But this, I think the more important part is to suggest that the kind of notion that containment or a container is passive is like crazy, right? Like the power of containment is one of the most kind of powerful activities one has, right? And I mean, we can think about it geopolitically, and we can think about it at the level of, you know, the organization of you know, familial domestic spaces, right? And that they're not always related to each other necessarily, but they can be related to each other. But also then I think to suggest that, well, I mean, I don't know how else to put it, right? But that these processes and technologies are incredibly powerful, both in terms of thinking about their repressive power, but also thinking about their productive capacity, right? And what containment actually processes and sort of gives life to all kinds of things, while it can also be used in really horrifically repressive ways, right? So to kind of tease that out, as opposed to always assuming like extension is where media power takes place, right?
I want to address that too after thinking through what you just said, Jeremy. First of all, I thank you very much for giving me now this image of like misogyny being put into a Tupperware bowl and put it into the freezer, and what that would, you know, how glorious that would be. I think that in the way that I understand and think about and write about a sort of conventional heteronormative gender dynamic, is that containment is absolutely core to that. Containment is what is happening when people freak out about pronouns. Containment is what is happening when people freak out if a woman takes a public position, if a woman is visible in social media. It is the containment, the threat of thinking about gender beyond the terms that are kind of heteronormative terms. The threat of that requires a constant and just relentless process of containment. And so, you know, it's about the platform shoes. We talk about, you know, Rianka said something about the medical discourse. One of the things about platform shoes is that, and I love platform shoes, so this is not a mechanism of shaming in any way, shape, or form, but it hurts your feet. You can't run if someone chases you. It is something that is about literally containing you. Witches, the women who were accused of witches in the 16th century were people who were healers, or thinkers, or intellectuals. They were women who defied conventional norms of gender, and so they had to be contained by calling them liars and heathens and witches. And so you can see that logic of containment across all the ways in which gender is, I think, constructed and understood and performed.
Great. Oh yeah, you wanna?
Thank you so much. On doit s'arrêter ici. Tu veux redire quelque chose? En fait, je veux juste expliquer la raison pour laquelle On va rapidement devoir se déplacer. L'exposition se termine demain et le démontage ici doit commencer dès maintenant. Pour cette raison, on a des partenaires incroyables avec la librairie Maktaba, qui est un nouvel espace culturel focusé sur la communauté arabe, mais pas seulement. C'est aussi un espace vraiment magnifique qui se trouve à 700 mètres d'ici. C'est 5 minutes si on marche tout seul, probablement plus pour un groupe, mais c'est vraiment très près. Donc, en fait, pour ceux qui le souhaitent, nos invités aussi, je vais vous inviter à nous suivre assez rapidement là-bas pour pouvoir laisser l'équipe technique tranquillement démonter. C'est l'occasion aussi de discuter un peu plus parce que je sais qu'il y aurait peut-être d'autres interventions, d'autres questions. On va avoir 1 heure de l'autre côté. So, I'm just rapidly translating. I was explaining why we have to slowly, but not that slowly, move along towards Maktaba Bookshop so the technical team can start dismantling because the show is already over tomorrow. Maktaba is waiting for us. They're a wonderful space. They have drinks for us. So because we're not too many people and I know not everybody will follow, I can invite the whole room, so I'm quite happy about that. It's a small space, but we will be able to talk over there. I'll leave the last words to Baruch and Sarah.
I just wanted to take a minute to, because this is part of Baruch's closing of his show, and I don't know if you're all familiar that it's been traveling internationally, and this is the 6th iteration. Oh, sixth. And I just want to acknowledge that every time he does this show, he also brings in this sort of element where different voices and experts on things that people don't really might not know. I don't know, I just find it amazing. So you always end in I don't know if you always end in a symposium, but you always bring in different people. And this show is traveling, and I think he's getting tired of it, but I think he should keep doing it. And so I think it's off to, am I allowed to say where? Yeah, sure. It's off to San Francisco next. And it's always supposed to come to Toronto, and it just doesn't. But I think he wants to end the show in Toronto, and somehow he just, anyway, I just want to acknowledge this wonderful thing that you've been doing and to thank you. So.
Well, again, I mean, without the work you've been doing, Sarah, and all of you, it would not make any sense to do that in this day and age. And you are helping make, with me, McLuhan seem relevant and helpful for my students and for lots of people. Yeah. So yeah, I wanted to just take the last moment to tomorrow we're open. If you haven't seen the show, the way it's like normally presented, it's the last chance. I'll be here like from about 4 p.m. like for the last 2 hours. So if you want to hang out with me, I'll be here for that. And I wanted to thank Alexandre and Ali who helped put the day together, the technical team, Fred and Morgan, I see you hiding there, Millie, who also took over from Jiyun, who was originally supposed to curate this show, but she's back from France, amazing curator as well, and a brilliant scholar. And Millie also was fantastic to work with you. It's my last chance to thank you publicly. Caroline, I don't know if you're still here, but director of the Fonderie, thank you also. And thank you all for coming. Come with us to Maktaba. Their motto is "We are the media." They're actually McLuhanists,
yeah, that's their
actually. Yeah.
motto.
So.